everybody, and welcome once again to the 185th edition of the Paddling Pool here. I am known as your host, NM, and of course, I'm going to be joined here by Mad. Mad, how are you looking at these teams, Hot Shots versus Overtime, going into this first match here, Tower Mincemeat?
I'm excited to see what these teams bring to the table. Looks like we have a good show for us today. Man, this is a lot of paddling pools.
There has been quite a good amount, so it's crazy to see it still going on. But it's just like a good midday for people over on the west side. What east? Wait, west. Which one is left? Which one is left? East. No,
West is left, east is
west
right.
is left. I don't know. I got messed up there, dude. I'm on the east coast. How did I mess that up? Either
Depends
way,
which way you're holding the map.
yes, I got to do my soggy waffles moniker in order to do that. But either way, yes, for the people in the West, it's a midday thing. But that means on the East side, people over there are going to be more available to play it. But we are loading in here. Both teams, let's see their comps. Hot Shots got a pretty standard comp. Double Shot, Junior, and Machine. From this, ooh, Galugas. You don't really see Galugas nowadays in the competitive scene. I mean, of course, they got the infamous kit. But I feel like it's more balanced on something like Galugas than like 52.
Indeed. One would think that it would be the new 52 with that kind of kit, but so far it hasn't been played quite as much as you said. So it was exciting to see it played here in this match. Both teams going for quite an aggressive loadout here. And honestly, that is not surprising considering what we're going to be seeing them play on today.
Yeah, no. Yeah, this game is pretty aggressive. And of course, in Tower Mincemeat, you just got to hold the grades and hold that mid area in order to succeed. But we see somebody getting picked off by the Galugas here. But the Galugas just narrowly survived that Trizuka shot to the face. How did they manage to pull that off?
He had his friend's ink all over him, but he was just able to survive. He was going to be able to hold on to that other checkpoint over there. But it looks like they're still going to be 2 down, and Hot Shots are still in control of the tower for the time being.
Yeah, but as we saw there, the shot was trying to pull something off, but it just wasn't enough. As we see Hot Shots getting that checkpoint halfway down, and that is the checkpoint down. And now they're putting the big bubble. I honestly don't really like control that much nowadays, which is definitely antithesis to it. Oh, as I was saying that, the roll off from the Galuga is really tragic. But yeah, no, stuff like Big Bubble and Inkback are so necessary for tower control, but also it's such a pain to play against.
It is honestly incredibly strong, but I have to say, as the Splatling player, tower control is one of my best modes right now.
Yeah, of course, I play NZAP and tactical stuff primarily, so it's pretty much just me getting out of a job from 2 to 3, which just made me love Rainmaker. I feel like I just play better in that now. But as we see here, the machine, ooh, straight to the face from the Trizuka. Wow, out of nowhere.
Yeah, talking about a strong special, the Inkzuka is really putting on a show today, especially since they have 2 of them in play at the moment. There's not many places you can hide from it.
Yeah, no, at one point you can even get 6 shots from these Trizukas. So Overtime to make sure that they just avoid those Trizuka shots, even if they got one of their own. As we see here, Pepe is just on that left side, trying to paint their area, trying to take tower here. We see a Trizuka coming out, seeing if they can get any picks. It's not going to happen. But there's another Trizuka and a Booyah Bomb. It is not looking good for Overtime. Not really.
Between the new mechanics of the Inkzuka with that nice arc and the sloshing machine, there isn't a whole lot for them to be able to do. There's nowhere safer than the drop at this time with how pushed up Hot Shots are.
Yeah, no, Hot Shot is just pushing up aggressively, but as we say that, it is a full wipeout on the side of Hot Shot. See Overtime just getting the tower and trying to make their push in order to try to get lead again.
Yeah, this is exactly the opportunity that the Overtime need. Now they're going to be able to retake that mid and push up themselves, and they're able to get some of these checkpoints.
One down on the side of Overtime. It's just in a really bad spot. 2 teammates over there, plus the Booyah Bomb. Not looking good. Just Lucas left. They're charging for Booyah Bomb, putting it in mid and trying to get back so that they don't get picked off here. 2 down inside Hot Shots. You see Hot Shots to make a push back in, but that Junior going down inside of their big bubbler. Not what you want to see.
Not at all. It was unfortunate at the time of the bubbler was not quite enough to save them. It looks like overtime is still going to be in control of the tower, although they do go 2 down in this situation, so that might be the time for them to be able to back off. But they are able to take out the splatter shot, which will be, well, I was going to say it's going to be huge, but they still have another splatter shot to contend with, another Zuka to be online in just a moment.
As we see here, all the 52 gals is in the corner just being shot at by the splatter shot. But as we see, there's Booyah Moms and Trizukas flying as this 52 is just taking this left area, trying to find that shot. They find each other, but they're backing off from each other again. It is just like a stalemate between these two, but who is going to win? It is going to be, oh, no, the 52 is actually just running. But they're going to go back in. What is going on with this fight?
The absolute fake out, going for tower, then using the squid Surges to just jump back from it and try to attack, but they weren't able to save their teammate, unfortunately, so they are going to have to once again back off. With 2 members down, overtime is in a real pickle here. There are just a few points from that lead, and we are getting down to the last 10 seconds of this match.
Yeah, just the last 10 seconds. Booyah Bomb at the ready from the machine on hot shots. 2 down from overtime. Not looking good for them. They only needed 4 to take lead, but they just couldn't find it as the hot shots take that first game.
Yeah, it was a nice victory by Hotshots there. Overtime was so close to retaking that during the end, but Hotshots just held it down for the vast majority of that match.
They just held it down, which was really good for them in order to be able to take the lead there. Of course, just being able to push back the opponents, make sure they have no space, pick them off. Really good from them. But of course, we're going to be moving on to the second match here, which is going to be Splat Zones on the infamous Mahi Mahi Resort.
Yes, I've heard some mixed feelings about Mahi. I haven't been able to play too much of Zones yet, but it is quite an open map. I'm curious to see with the aggression that we saw from these two teams, whether they'll be opting to stick with their comps or maybe swap to a backline, because they are quite strong.
Of course, Splat Zones, Mahi, what you're going to want to take note is, yeah, you definitely want a backline, because you're basically just going into a pit. You're going into a pit at the start of the game, and it doesn't get better from there. It's just a giant pit. So having a backline, it's going to have some really nice high ground in order to take advantage of that. So maybe having something like an E-Leader or Heavy, of course, those are really strong, or maybe some of my personal bias sipping in, but a Dynamo, because it's Splat Zones, that could be good. Of course, that's just my personal bias.
I mean, Dynamo was the pick for this particular map mode back in the day. But for what I've seen, not too many teams tend to swap back and forth between such a frontline heavy comp and backline. They usually will tend to stick with the backline or without, so I have a feeling that we're not going to be seeing any backline picks this time around for these two teams, but I could be wrong. They could surprise us.
Yeah, we're just gonna have to wait and see here on the hot shot side. We have the E-Leader switching out one of the shots, and for overtime, we're keeping pretty much the same comp. We did see the back shots with E-Leader 4K. Of course, having incline Wave Breaker is going to be really essential for them to win. Wave Breaker is pretty much just facing the entire team of what it can do. As I say that, the Lugas are already going down on the side of overtime. 2 down on the side of overtime as hot shots are just pushing in. 3 down. No mercy.
This is not a good situation for overtime, because now that they've been pretty much 3 down and Hotshots have taken control of the pit, as you so mentioned, there's not going to be a whole lot for them to be able to do to drop back in without specials, but they are able to get the trade here, but that's still going to be 3 down, and Hotshots are just ticking away at that zone.
Yeah, no, not looking good for them right now, as the water is already dropping, and one of them sadly goes down to a little splat bomb, but of course it's by the Junior splat bomb machine. See, the Junior isn't really trying to frontline anything. He's staying back in the zone and making sure none of it is perfect. They get a pick on the machine again with their splat bombs, much their main weapon. Suction bomb trying to get into the zone, nothing's going to happen. Lugas are going to go down. Trizuka over there. We got a stealth jump coming in. Of course, it wasn't all that stealthy, as the machine is not going to go down. They get a teammate But will this Booyah Bomb be able to take the zone, or is that GG? Oh,
That
so
was so
close!
close. We had the
Literally,
two members inking the zone with their main weapon and the Booyah Bomb coming in, but it was just not fast enough. They were able to take that knockout and win the set.
yeah, no, that was so close. Literally, if it popped the Booyah Bomb or something else a second sooner, it might have been able to at least stall it out.
Mm-hmm.
But of course, as we saw there, that's not what.
Now, if I
But
remember correctly, this is a best of three, not a play all three.
yeah, so with that, we'll be taking a short break, but we will be coming back soon with Winners Round 2. Make sure to stay tuned.
Splatoon Stronghold. A stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a getting started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you're a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and request recordings of scrims as well as participate in our captain forums and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back once again to the second winners round of course, round 2 of Paddling Pool 185. Here looking between Unlucky and No Idea. I am here joined once again by Mad as we start off Rainmaker Scorch Gorge. You love to see some Rainmaker action. Of course, I love to see it.
Oh yes, I absolutely love watching Rainmaker.
What about playing it?
Hit or miss on that.
Fair enough. I mean, what weapons do you play? Because of course, that could definitely change how you feel about it.
I honestly have not found, for Rainmaker in particular, I have not found a good weapon to play on it. I tend to play Splatling in general, with a little bit of bow on the side. Probably bow would be my first pick for Rainmaker.
Gotcha. Yeah, I might see how maybe Rainmaker isn't really your favorite option, but for me, a tactical or main, it's pretty much the only time where my weapons are at least somewhat meta, as, you know, cooler can just make you go faster. But as we were starting out here, we see No Idea running a pretty nice comp, Eat Leader, Splash, and on the other side, Unlucky running the Dually Squelchers. You don't really see that a lot, and of course we got Shot, Junior, and some Splat Charger action in there too.
Indeed, with some interesting comps here. We've got the... Actually, no, both teams are running no double specials this time around, but both are pretty semi-aggro with just the backline addition. I'm curious to see which will win out, the Ink Vac for the splatter shot or just the extra range on the E-Leader.
Yeah, but as we see here, Deggles is already on that Rainmaker podium, of course with the help of the Big Bubbler. It is only Shine left on the side of No Idea, as they got their Booyah Bomb ready, and they're gonna use it on that Rainmaker, but is it gonna find anybody? Not necessarily. Deggles and Flare were able to get back in here, just holding on to that Rainmaker with the Splat Charger, and just trying to poke in there. They are at 65 right now, so they got a good score. But No Idea has to find an idea in order to get in there. Wave Breaker, and it's not going to be enough as it's a
Oh, no.
my god, it's just straight charge into there. Oh my god. And with that, Unlucky takes the first game easy.
We saw the E-Leader drop right at the end there, trying to just stop it, but it was immediately shut down. There was nothing, or not a whole lot they could do there. Man, that was a typical Rainmaker, just a quick KO right off the bat.
Very tragic, I'd have to say so myself. It was just No Idea stuff a lot, and Unlucky just came out with the aggression, able to get in there and just easily take it. But we are going to move on to our second round here, which is Splat Zones on the map that should not be named.
This will definitely play into their backline comps a little bit better, I'd say. Both of these, I don't see any change happening with what we saw in this last match.
Yeah, no, they could run the same comps, though maybe No Idea might be feeling like maybe we should run something different. Of course, Winners Round 1 was only match that we streamed. So for Winners Round 2, this is a lot of players like first match into here. So maybe they want to change things up as things go on, because of course, the further you go into a tournament, the more solid your comp is going to be.
That is true. There's a little bit of not necessarily experimentation, but just figuring out what is working for you this time around.
Yeah, that was No Idea's first match in Paddling Pool 185 so far. So of course they might want to change it now, because they're going to have to take a reverse sweep in order to win this match.
A reverse sweep, yes. We only have as we see, we're going to be having zones next and then clams afterward. So it is both pretty much a pretty fast-moving and aggressive set overall, but since we may see just the zones match, we'll stick to that. This particular mode, Wahoo, is, I guess, the least unliked.
Oh, for sure. I don't think people like Wahoo on anything, to be honest. Some people do, but I can't. I've tried, but the map just feels way too clunky to the point where I'm always just lost when playing it.
Take a left turn and you're suddenly back at spawn.
Not like that, but like, it's just hard to get places on this map. simply because of how it's structured and its stuff. But as we see the comps here, awkward coming out instead of the shot from No Idea, and Unlucky trading out their shot for a splash. There's going to be no Trizooka action in here. That's going to be surprising.
I could see their thought here. I think as you were talking about earlier, this map is quite open, not quite as many choke points to get an easy shot off with the Inkzuka, so I think they're trying to go for something that's still more aggressive, but will play to the strengths of this map. We see Unlucky here taking the early zone pick, and they're going to be holding on to it, but their splash does go down as well as their dually, so the brush is going to be coming in trying to clean that up and taking that zone back.
Yeah, as we see here, No Idea having the aggression. The Junior taking the plat along with Shine, of course, with the machine again. They have free specials at the ready, so whenever Unlucky decides to push back in with whatever they got, they are at the ready. Of course, Genie at the back with the Elier, just trying to watch anything that comes through. Flat Charger down on the side of Unlucky. We see Yoshell trying to fight something else, but of course it was the Octobrush with the Zipcaster, so they're going to have a good jump back. No Idea has a really good protection of the zone, as we see Genie gets the pick on the dually sculptures. Really valuable right here, as we see Unlucky is starting to make his way back in.
Yes, this is not a good situation for them with only the 30 points remaining. Unlucky's a bit staggered, and they're with only the bubbler online. There's not a whole lot they have to push back in, but they are going to be able to activate that ink vac, but with only the 10 points. They are able to get the flip, though, right at the last second here, but there's still quite a few members of Unlucky, or no, I'm sorry, No Idea left up, so they're just going to be routing them out.
And as we see, there's no penalty left for Unlucky, of course, because they were at 90. As we see Shine going down on the side of No Idea. Now the tables have turned, and we see Splash going down on No Idea. No Idea's got to find a way back in there. They got two of their specials, maybe get a few more, and they can play more aggressive. As we see the Junior is down, really valuable member of the team going down. Same with the dually sculptures. This is their chance to push back in. Even if the game is gone, this is their opportunity. Ooh, maybe not.
The Charger duel with the splatter scope winning that right there, but they are still two members down, so there's not going to be a whole lot for them to push back in. I think Unlucky here is going to be getting that lead here.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and that is going to be GG's with this set going to Unlucky. As we saw there, it was a little bit rough at first, but once they came back with the splat bombs and the aggression, they came back and were able to just keep the zone for long enough and really take the lead and win.
We saw right at the end there was the ink vat activated. There wasn't anywhere for them to be able to drop in safely, and so that's just going to be that, as you said, the set for Unlucky, pretty clean. We're not going to be seeing any Mako clams, unfortunately, but that is that.
Yeah, that's going to be it for Winners Round 2. Remember, go anywhere, as shortly we will be moving on to Winners Round 3, so make sure to stay tuned.
Splatoon Stronghold. A stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a getting started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you're a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and request recordings of scrims as well as participate in their captain forums and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today.
Hello, everybody, and once again, welcome back to Winners Run 3. I hope you stayed in your seats for this one. Maybe you take a break to get some snacks. As we are seeing the teams going up here, we have, of course, the new team Spark, held by SRB2 Dude, and on the opposing side, we have Wham. I think I cut out there, but we got Wham. So it's going to be nice to see that. Of course, best of 5 starting here on Clan Blitz Eeltail. And of course, joined once again by Mad. What are you expecting to see here?
Honestly, there is so much we could be seeing from here. There's a lot of variety, I'd say, for at least on the side of Spark. But then WAAAAAA here, I'm not too familiar with the members on that team, so we could be seeing some pretty unusual comps here.
I am interested. As we're seeing some weapons that you normally do see: the machine, the shot, the junior, and the splash charger. But we're seeing on both sides one player both running the ink brush, which I feel like is really good on this map. It of course has the killer whale, and with the killer whale, you can just run really fast, just trying to get opponents while they're down, trying to avoid your killer whale. But we are going to see the one on the side of where go down to a splat bomb coming out from Johnny here.
And this is also Clan Blitz, so brush is already a staple for this mode. With the, as you said, the speed, it can run around and then just get all the clams.
And as we saw there, the junior got like 2 picks, which is like, wow, battle junior. You always love to see it. But Machine is going on that right side, trying to see if they can pick off that splash. As they do, Phoenix is down, 4 is down. It is just the splat charger. This is Johnny's chance in order to get in there and get the clam in. As they do, get the big wobbler there in order to have some defense in order for you to get as many clams in as possible. As we see Spore with their brush trying to get on that big bubbler. We're seeing the shots alone picks them off. It is just 3 left. As we see the machine has 2 clams and a booyah bomb, which are gonna pop, trying to get Phoenix. Can they do it? Yes, they can. It is just the machine though. They might want to get back, but they don't care as they're gonna put in more clams. They're already down to 32.
Yeah, we talk about how strong the bubbler is on tower control, but we see here on Clan Blitz, it can be just equally as strong. You set that up under the basket and you have your teammates a safe jump where normally you wouldn't. But that is going to be the end of that push for Spark there. And nice push at that, already down to 32. So now it's going to be up to WAAAAAA to bring something back in retaliation.
Yeah, as you see here, Phoenix is trying to push up, of course, with the splash. Very aggressive weapon. 2 down currently on the side of Spark as the brush and the machine are trying to get back in there. We're seeing Wah is having a really good positions for frontlining, but of course the splat charger did get caught lacking. 3 down on the side of Wah. It is a full wipeout as Spark has the perfect opportunity to just push in and get clams.
They're already pushed in. They're already through the penalty, down to 13. There looks like there's enough clans spawned on the map. They just have to find them and get them into the basket to get this knockout. But that is a full wipeout for Spark there with only 4 remaining. So that's going to give WAAAAAA one more chance at this basket, be able to push back in. There's just not a whole lot of clams as of yet, but they are set up in really good position to take this basket.
Yeah, no. WAN just has to go absolutely mental in order to get this. But as we see, the Splat Charger with their ink vac has a super clam. They can try to get it in with the ink vac or just put it in ink vac. Yeah, so it was just saying that they do it as they have a bunch of clams that they can get in. Down to 50, down to 44. They have 4 more clams at the ready, but the guy who had the clams is down. That is curtains for Spore, curtains for the splash. It's just the charger and the shot as we see the machine going on bridge. But Tamako just picking him off here. 2 down for Spark. Tamako is doing pretty good, and Tobiyaru with their charger trying to get clams over to their splash. Splash has 6, so they might want to play aggressive, but they need those clams. They can't get picked off here. They have 7 clams right now. They need a basket, and they do. They have the opportunity again to get more clams in.
Already through their penalty and getting some meaty points here. 3 clams left in their possession, but that splash does go down, so that's going to put them at the man at disadvantage here. They still have their pity clam in reserve here. No one has picked it up just yet, but they are going to have to back up at this point. You see the flank here coming in to take out that charger, and with also the brush coming back from spawn, that's going to be Spark be able to retake this mid control here, and with so many clams to their disposal.
Yeah, as we saw there from Wan though with their push, they just could not get clams in fast enough. You saw the brush getting as many in as getting as much as they can, but they just had to circle them back in, which they weren't fast enough for doing. As we see the shot on that left side, on the below, just trying to shark, trying to wait for anybody to come through. As they pick off Spore, brush down, 2 down on the side. Can it be free? Can it be free? Can he get a triple? No, that is going to be a jump, but where is he jumping to? He's jumping to that right side. This is going to be pretty easy. But no, as we saw there, Spark did get the basket in. They were actually successful. As we see the shot, just trying to defend themselves, trying to shark their way out for opponents to come in. There's the brush. Can they pick off the brush? No, they try to jump back a little bit too close to the splat bomb.
That's going to be 22 clams for the side of wall here. Spark was so close. They only needed the last couple of clams to get that KO, but they were just not able to survive long enough to do so. 10 seconds remaining, 1 member down for Spark. WAAAAAA is going to have to make something happen, make it happen soon, otherwise overtime is not going to go in their favor.
Yeah, no, and with 3 down on the Sayawan, I think this is GG's. Half of overtime is already over, and they don't have a Super Clam at the ready, as one of them just expired. The Charger is going in for a frontline position for some reason, but he's got to pack up, and with that, it is going to be GG's, and Spark takes that first game. And just being able to relay clams, as you saw there, when they were at, like, they just had an immense amount of clams, or just shred that. They knew how to relay clams to each other, which is something, as we saw, what Wan didn't really show. They were able to break the basket, sure, but just throwing clams in there was another hard aspect for them. But we are going to be moving on here to this map mode.
Yes, we're going to be going to the new, what was it, the new Black Belly, where it's going to be zones on... See, now I'm completely blanking on the name, but it just has all the Black Belly vibes for me.
Yeah, it is zones on Undertow Spillway, which I feel like this map is fine or really great in some. Like, I love it in Rainmaker. It actually is really fun. Clam Blitz can be a nice time too, and I mess with it with tower control. But Splat Zones, it's just like I hate that it's just like 2 zones on opposite sides, and it's right under the perch. So if you're like a dynamo like me and you want to go on that perch, what are you really doing? Because you can't even touch the zone. You can trust the opposite side zone, but not your own. Unless you want to go back down into the mid, and mid is basically the fighting ground. Just that little sliver on top. Unlike Black Belly, which was like, at least it was a circle. This is just like a little sliver.
Mm-hmm. And while there is some, like, both zones are pretty much protected underneath the glass, this is a prime map for a backline of some sort. Once, if you get a backline up top without too much pressure, they can really do some damage to your team. And so far, neither or both of these teams, actually no, the one team has shown that they have a backline in reserve, and I wouldn't be surprised if the Spark also had one as well. So we'll have to see if they opt for that.
Yeah, as we're loading into this match here, see Spark pretty much unchanged in their comp. But Wan, on the other hand, is going to change it up a little bit. Machine come out instead of the Junior. Interesting play, as Junior I feel like is very vital with that big player. But we're also seeing the E-Leader coming out. Of course, that backline wave breaker going to be proving pretty essential here. But can we see some Machine clipping? Let's just wait and see.
Looks like they were pressured out a little too soon for them to be able to do that, but looks like WAAAAA is going to be having control of the zone first here, and I am surprised that we still have both brushes in play still.
Yeah, no, again, Brush is really good at just sneaking in. Killer Whale is really effective, especially pairing up with the Pink Brush, and of course Splat Bomb having that perfect poking tool. But as I'm just talking, 3 go down on the side of Wan, as it's just the E-Leader with their special left. And the Machine goes down again, not having any room to breathe, as Spark takes the lead. The E-Leader is just backed up like crazy. They have to find anything in order to get back in there, but what are they going to use?
The snipe position up in the left there, when the enemy gets up in there, it is incredibly difficult to get back in because they just have so much high ground and pressure in that immediate spawn area. So, but they are able to take them out, so that's going to give them that space they need to push back in. You see the Zuka getting activated, taking one down and just trying to paint the zone with the other, but we still have Johnny here with the Junior sharking in that zone, just doing a good job of keeping control of it. WAAAAA has yet to cap it in their favor, but they are able to take out the Junior and do so.
Yeah, WAAAAAA was able to get a penalty on the side of Spark. That's going to be a 60 penalty as they are just trying to shred that zone. Machine down for Spark. As we see, the Brush is on the move. Killer Whale, it is time to go. Time to make some plays. Botanico was trying to make a flanking move there, but the Brush was easily able to shut them down. Booyah Bomb on that perch, displacing the Brush as we see here. Cool Dude just trying to see what they can do. Trying to push into the zone. 2 down for Wang again. It's going to flip into Spark's favor as they are going to start trying to shred that penalty that they have. But Johnny is going to go down to that E-Leader at point-blank range.
That's a nice shot by the E-Leader, and with the Brush also down, there's not too much for WAAAAA here to get that zone back. They are also able to get that splash shot as well, so that's going to be a solid zone control for them. It's just going to be how long are they going to be able to hold on to it. 2 specials are online for them, the Wavebreaker and the Killer Whale, so they are going to have a lot of pressure to counter it, but with the Slushing Machine down, that's going to be a quick zone flip for Spark here, and that's also going to be the Brush going down as well.
As you see here, Espresso just trying to make a move here with their shot, but their shot is going to go down as we see, and the E-Leader trying to push back in, but Tobayaru they had the squid roll, but their armor was up. Machine trying to keep their positioning. They are down to 58 right now, and they got to make some plays in order to take this victory here. They got 2 minutes left on the clock, and Spark has a 31 penalty, but it is going to be shredding down soon as 2 down, possibly 3. Nope, still 2 as 1 gets revived, and Phoenix with the Machine having their Booyah Bomb ready to go and is about to put it into one of the zones here.
Nice placement of that Booyah Bomb, putting some pressure on the Junior up top there, but the Bubbler is in that zone. They can't do much to paint it just yet. 3 members down to Spark, though, that's going to change that completely. Now the Brush is going to be pushing up into Spark territory, and this is exactly the position they want in order to get some points back.
Yeah, no, with what just happened right beforehand, this is Ware's opportunity to take the lead. But as we saw here, the E-Leader was going to go down to the shot, flanking, but of course the Tamiko was there, ready to protect their teammate, ready to avenge them. As we see, Wan has a pretty good hold on mid. Just a few points left. Booyah Bomb going to be coming in here, but of course that gets painted over relatively easy. We see the Brush on one of the zones. They're pushing into the zones here, but that's going to be 2 down. Just a shot in the Junior left. They're not going to be able to find a way back in as we see lead going to Wan, being able to take the zone and keep it. But can Spark even do anything? 30 seconds left. Wan's got to find something here as they are just going to single digits as they do flip it in their favor, but that's going to be 3 down, a full wipeout on Spark. Not good. This is emergence code red. They need to push back in.
They were able to flip it just long enough to get that penalty, but with so little time left, they don't have much time to get through the penalty of their own. 10 seconds, I don't even think that's enough time for them to charge enough specials to really push back in. You see the splash shot and the Junior and the Brush. That's going to be 3 down. That's going to be match 2 going to WAAAAA.
Yeah, no, they shot all right. We didn't do well on Eeltail. Didn't do well with Clambless. We're showing you that we still have potential. We can still make this back, and we can still pressure you into giving us the win, which is exactly what we saw there from Where. As we're moving on to our 3rd match here, Rainmaker, once again, love to see it, and of course, on one of the best maps, making one of the best map modes in the game currently, Haggle Rain.
Say the best map mode, but I would agree this is one of the best maps coming in from Splatoon 3. And I think we'll have to, there's a lot of open area, but quite a few good hiding spots as well. I don't expect to see much comp change from either of the teams. We might see the end of that Brush. I could see how both of the other 2 matches would lend itself to the Brush, but I don't know. Maybe these teams know something that I don't.
Yeah, but we're just kind of seeing what are they cooking. Maybe we can see Tacticooler here. I mean, it is Rainmaker. I'm giving into my copium here. I'm giving into my Tacticooler copium. I just look. My weapon pool mainly revolves. It's really that special. I just really love playing it. So I'd love to see. Maybe if I can get my team to play paddle pool, because of course it is like midday and even early day for some of my teammates. Maybe I can get a pickup or something. We could see some. You could see some tactical or gameplay, but of course for right now, we're just gonna have to seeing this match here. But of course, yeah, tactical would be a good option because it's really good on Rainmaker. Zap is really good at painting, or I wouldn't necessarily say Dynamo, but of course, Dapple's having that beacon could prove to be useful. But of course, we're just gonna have to wait and see what they're cooking.
Indeed. We have seen a variety of all these shooters so far. I would say Machine is a solid pick. Junior has been pretty solid so far as well. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw an InkVac come out.
InkVac is also pretty good because and just pairing with the Rainmaker, they could just stand right behind the Rainmaker and push up with them. How are you gonna touch the Rainmaker? Spoiler alert, you can't.
And we did see it used on Clan Blitz already, so it is a solid option for these two teams. Alright, I guess we're going with the brush still, as well as a double splash shot going for that double Zuka. That's going to be quite the aggressive kit coming out from Spark. We see a pretty similar kit from what we saw before on WAAAAAAA. Yeah, this is going to be interesting to watch.
Yeah, no, as we see here, both teams having value for that ink rush. Really liking it so far. As we are seeing here, they are just trying to push in one of the members on Y, having that Killer Whale. It's Killer Whale versus Killer Whale, as the brush on the left here is trying to find a way to flank in. But of course, the brush on Spark's time, you got Cool Dude here, just sharking in, making sure nobody can get in. As we see, they are all just holding their positions, just waiting out the special from the side of WAN. As the brush is trying to push in, but one of the shots is down. So they gotta back up, make sure that they don't get picked off here. We're seeing the Trizuka come out, 2 down on the side of WAN. This might be their chance. This might be their chance to push in. 3 down, this is their chance. They gotta pick it up and get that podium. Of course, with this map mode, you gotta get that middle podium. It is really essential. But we see, no, they want left. We're seeing a lot of players actually going for left instead of mid. Every time I say maybe they'll go for mid, but as I'm saying that, we're seeing a wipeout on the side of Spark as WAN is ready to go in order to push back in and take the podium.
Well, there was both the Charger and possibly an Inkzuka watching that middle pedestal. I could see why they opted to swap for that left side. But we do see Wah here going for that middle pedestal, and now it's just a short skip and a jump to the next ledge here. If they can survive the rain of fire and the bombs getting thrown at them.
No, but they decided to go in that right area, and they survived a pretty well amount, going from 63 to 39. That's not as much as you'd get from that jump, but that is still a really good amount to get. As we see Cool Dude just trying to keep their position. Killer Whale at the ready. They are ready to push in. These two on that right side, but they're pretty weak. Can they get any picks? But that Killer Whale from the other brush is going to pick them off. As we see Booyah Bomb coming out, trying to protect this machine here. As they are just trying to push in. Express trying to make sure that they stay alive. Cool Dude, of course, jumping to them. As we see, they just got to play aggressive now, because Tamiko over here is going to trade with the brush. Trade with Cool Dude. It is not looking good, of course, for Spark right now, but they do have the tools to put back in.
That brush is also going down. We do see the Charger, the InkVac, but they are down. That is the remaining of their defense pretty much taken out. So now Spark has a lot of open map control for now to push back in, but with 2 members down of their own, they are going to have to play it safe here and just keep control for the time being while their mates respawn.
Yeah, they just have to push in with the time being. Of course, we see here the sloshing machine just on that left area, but we're seeing one of the shots going down. We have a flank coming out from the brush, but that's not enough. It's just the Splat Charger left. They get the pick on the Rainmaker. Probably got to show, okay, it's just me, but I'm still going to apply that pressure as a successful anchor and just make sure you get picked off here. As we see, they're just keeping a watch out on that Rainmaker, going up on the canopy, really good spot. Keeping a watch, making sure that nobody touches that Rainmaker, as the Rainmaker is going to reset. 3 specials on the side of WAN. They have the perfect aggression as we see the Booyah Bomb coming out, Killer Whale coming out. The machine's going to go down, but they're going to trade basically with Cool Dude here. As we see Tobiyato just trying to get in there. 2 down on Spark. This is their opportunity to push up if they play their cards right.
They're just going to have to watch for the splash shot sharking on that left there. That could be easy end to that Rainmaker push if they're not careful, but we do see one of them get taken down, and the Inkzuka is going to be coming out just trying to poke them out. Yeah, they find the splash shot on the left there, but are not able to take it out, and so that's going to be 2 down for a wall once again, and now they have their Killer Whale and the Rainmaker pushing forward.
Yeah, now they are able to push forward as we see the shot here is just trying to get it. Oh, they just needed 6 more points. Maybe if they had a Hail Mary with the jump. But we're seeing a wipeout on the side of Spark, but they're already back in there. Just Toberieri left as they get the lead. They're squid rolling everywhere. Oh my god, can they take it? No. But that shot just had perfect mobility with the squid rolls. You know, I meant if Tactical was there, maybe it would be a bit better. Maybe they got to 0. But either way, down to 3, that is going to be really good for Spark here, as WAAAAAA has 30 seconds in order to take that back.
They learned their lesson from the last time they went up against the Charger. They were able to utilize their mobility quite perfectly, as you put it, and they were just short of the KO, but that is still a substantial lead. Nothing short of a KO will be able to beat that at this point.
Yeah, but as we see here, they just gotta find some way of getting in there. Of course, they have the Rainmaker, but how long can they have it? We're seeing that Brush trying to go for a flank, but something else was able to off the Rainmaker, and second game going to Spark. Really good job for them as they prove their mobility, their pushing power, really effective, especially with the Brush and the shot. We're going to be moving on to the 4th match.
Both of these teams so far have been showing just how stacked their lineup is. Such a back and forth play so far. No team has had the overwhelming advantage as of yet.
No team has truly had an overwhelming advantage. Of course, we are going to be moving on to what potentially could be Spark's final match of the set, unless Wea can find a way to reverse sweep. Well, not entirely reverse sweep. Of course, they got that second game, but we are going to be seeing Splat Zones on Museum d'Alfonsino. I really like this map mode. Just perfect. It's perfect if you're a backline in order to just get above, able to just pretty much just keep going. It's just a really good map mode, in my opinion.
I would have to agree with you there, and I think at this point we're not going to be seeing too many comp changes from these two teams. It's just a matter of, do they want the Splatter Scope or the E-Leader? Ink Vac versus Extra Range, because the E-Leader is pretty dominant on this map. But as far as Spark, I'd say there's not going to be any big changes. We did see the double splash shot in that last match. We might see something like a splash coming out here, but it's going to be quite a bit of aggression coming out from Spark.
Yeah, but of course, we're just going to have to wait and see to pretty much what comes out here. What are they going to play? But more importantly, not what they're going to play, because again, it seems that their comps are pretty much locked in. But how they're going to play off each other, how they're going to play this map mode, how these confrontations are going to go, as we're going to load in here and see what they got.
The biggest thing these teams are going to have to watch out for if they're both running that Brush is that flank on the far right side, or far left from the defending team, because it's a narrow way, but if you're not paying attention, that just completely circumvents the zone here.
But as we see, yeah, pretty much unchanged comps, as Wank wants to take this zone here. Of course, Big Bubbler coming out from Johnny as we see them pushing in. Of course, Big Bubbler helping them have a pretty safe spot in order to push in on the zone. But Tamiko is trying to fight, gets the trade with Johnny, but it still leaves 2 alive in order to take the spinner zone easily. The Brush here on their spinner. Killer Whale almost ready. But are they going to trade with that other Brush? No. Cool Dude is going to get picked off here as they have the... Oh, but just the sloshing machine coming out from Espresso was able to shut them down easy.
Right here doing a solid control, but they are going to lose the zone in this instance here. The Killer, or the Wavebreaker is out just to try to spark them out. Spark is going to be jumping back to base here. Looks like they're getting a little bit overwhelmed. The Brush is already down. Several cans of ink are getting lobbed at them. The bucket going down as well. There's a lot of pressure coming out as WAAAAAA takes his lead.
Yeah, WAAAAAA being able to hold a pretty good spot on the zone, but can Spark get back in there as we see a Killer Whale coming out with, of course, with the addition of the Splat Bomb and Trizuka not having good mobility. That's going to be the shot picked off, the Brush picked off, but we saw the other Brush get picked off. We got a Big Bubbler in that middle zone, in that middle spinner, I mean, as that's going to be a pretty good spot. As we see, of course, the Booyah Bomb coming out. They got to paint over that Booyah Bomb, but there's going to be another Booyah Bomb coming in. The Bush getting picked off. It is free down. It is just the Junior. It is not looking good. I have 4, 3, 2, 1. That is GG's. 2-2. WAAAAAA is pretty much showing, dude, you're trying to fight us in splat zones? Please, we're just going to beat you to shreds.
That has to be the fastest KO we've seen yet from these two teams. Waj is doing such a dominant performance with the E-leader set up in mid and several of their members just pushed up on the plat. Spark didn't have anywhere good to drop here, and we're going to be going to this match point here on Tower Control Inkblot.
Yeah, of course, Tower Inkblot. It's got really nice perches that you can go from, of course, on the stacks, and of course, the plat is going to be a pretty good spot for backlines to be on, so the Chargers can feel comfortable there. But of course, being sneaky, you can be pretty aggressive here on those left and right hits, be able to sneak in on the opponents. And of course, there's an Inkline now going on to bat, so you can use that or just like rush in. There's a lot of options that you can use here.
Yeah, it's absolutely a lot of options. This is I'd say one of the more favored Splatoon 2 maps. Tower Control, you do have that a breakup of the center object, so it's going to be two different stacks here, and that's going to lend itself quite well to the frontline teams. It's a nice safe space to put pressure on plat. It's safe from any potential backline, such as that E-leader we saw in that last match.
Yeah, that was really good from them. I'm excited to see what we got here as I'm just typing something up right here. Of course, I'm just really excited. We got a 2-2 already. It's only just winners round 3. Pretty quick, having a pretty contested match. Of course, as expected, coming from both these teams, as we are looking up here into the final match. Whoever wins this takes the set, and the loser goes to losers brackets. With their comps being virtually unchanged, got the machines, but oh, we do have something. We see here on the side of Spark, they decided, you know what, Trizuka, shot, not the play. We're gonna bust out the 52 gal here. This is something new we haven't seen. Of course, really good option. It's got that splash wall, so on those like pit areas, and of course trying to get into mid, it can throw a splash wall in order to protect themselves. And of course, another killer whale being double killer whale. That's gonna really pressure them. As we see both killer whales at the same time, it was just curtains for them. Along with Phoenix, 3 down on the side of WAAAAAA, as we saw the double killer whale was the play there.
Just a absolute wave of death going across the map there, taking out 2 members of WAAAAAA, and so that's going to be the first checkpoint down for Spark. Still 1 member down of WAAAAAA. They're trying to push back in, but the killer whales are coming out once again, taking out that brush in a nice trade there. Spark going down as well with only 2 members remaining. There's not a whole lot they can do here.
As we see, the machine is trying to make some type of aggressive play, getting that second checkpoint, and the brush is going to help them out. As we see, our Espresso is just keeping their ground, kicking off Phoenix. It is a wipeout on the side of WAAAAAA. It is not looking good for them, as they are just reaching the 3rd checkpoint here. To get this 3rd checkpoint, it's pretty safe. Of course, popping the big bubble brightest point is the best spot. Of course, you're going to be stationary. 4, 3, 2, 1, and that is GG's. Spark just blows WAAAAA. They take that game and move on to winners round 4. Really contested, really good matches, but at the end of the day, Spark was the one to come out on top.
They basically said, all right, we'll give you that zones map. We're going to take this last tower control map, though. Thank you very much.
Yeah, as we saw there, it seems that Spark's weakness is splat zones, as WAAAAAA was able to take advantage of them in that specifically, but in all other modes, Spark is just cracked. They know what to do, and they can do it efficiently. But splat zones might be a little bit hard for them. As we saw there, the ones they lost to were splat zones. And it's not like bad splat zones maps were the cause of it, because we did have museums sprinkled in there.
I think it would come down to just because it's the one mode that is completely stationary, the backline pick played into WAAAAA's favor there. With having a full frontline comp on the side of Spark, they were able to really push up and put on the aggression, but when it came down to it, they just weren't able to put up, really fight the strength of the E-leader there.
Yeah, no, they weren't able to do that. But of course, just like every other round, we'll be going on a quick short break and we will be coming to you guys shortly with winners round 4. Make sure to not go anywhere as we'll be back in just a bit.
Splatoon Stronghold. A stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a getting started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you're a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and request recordings of scrims as well as participate in our captain forums and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today. Splatoon Stronghold, a stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a getting started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you're a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and request recordings of scrims as well as participate in our captain forums and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back once again to Paddling Pool 185. Of course, winners round 4 here. Firmament versus Jiafei. Stan, of course, once again joined here by my co-host here, amazing co-host, Mad, as we are moving on to Tower Sturgeon.
Ooh, Tower Sturgeon. That is one of my favorite bad modes right there.
I mean, I like it too, but it's bogged down for me because, you know, I just don't really like tower control all that much in this game. But it's still really good.
That's totally fair. Now, are these long-standing teams, or are we seeing a couple of pickups here?
These might be pickups, I'm not sure. El Firmament sounds sort of familiar, but either way, we're just gonna have to wait and see on what they put on the table. Looking at the seeding here, of course, seeding isn't always accurate, but we have a Jiafei Stan as the 19th seed, but El Firmament is at number 6. So we could be seeing some good
Ooh.
gameplay, but there's also the fact that Jiafei Stan took down seed 3 team in a 3-2.
Gotcha. It looks like we're getting word from on high that these are both French teams. Either way, I think we're going to have quite a bit of, I guess, variety. As you can usually see, we do see some nice clan tags here, so it's possible that at least one of these is a long-standing team. A Hydra, I highly approve of this pick right here.
We're seeing a lot of new stuff here in their comps. On the side of GFA Stan, of course, Brush Jr., we've seen that before, but we're seeing Tetris, really popular pick right now as it is part of the fast comp getup. And the Hydra, really good Booyah Bomb backline option with the Auto Bomb, of course, so that could be pretty good. And on the other side, the classic Junior Shot machine. 2 down on the side of El Firmament, as I'm just talking here, but again, I gotta mention that try because, you know, coming from Falco Des, the Tri-Slosher is pretty good thing. Even though it's got Toxicness Inkjet, it works really well with them. And it's a pretty good pick, I'd say.
Yeah, the Tri-Slosher is still a strong weapon just on its own. So even if the Toxicness doesn't lend itself the best for Tower Control in particular, it's still such a strong weapon, as you were saying. We do see that first checkpoint getting knocked out, but it's going to be one mover down on both sides. The Brush here just trying to cause a little bit of havoc in the enemy spawn.
Yeah, but we saw the Junior just stuck up behind him, didn't even try to fight them, just put a bubbler on the tower and said, bye-bye, and teammates on GFA said, where are you going? What are you doing? But as we are seeing here, the Junior is trying to stay on that tower, but GFA Stan is just trying to move back in. Shot down on El Firmament as we see here. Falco is just moving up onto the spinner with their inkjet, but of course it expired, trying to protect their jump. Maybe run a bit of drop roller. Maybe you could, of course, stealth jump is always as valuable as we see Minnow going down to the try, but that's going to be 3 down on Firmament. It is just the Junior. They got to make sure that they are not in mid, as if they are, that's going to be GG's. They are going to be on that perch area, but they, of course, be bumped out by some auto and splat bombs.
And there's a lot of bombs coming in. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw some of the LDE kicking in at this point. It is not quite at the point where it can, but we are getting incredibly close here. Already down to 49 points. Stan's still in the lead, but once again the Junior coming in and saying, I'm just going to take this and run, thank you very much.
Yeah, as they got a pick on one of the members of GFA Stan. GFA Stan, not GFA, El Firmament does have the tiniest bit of LDE if any of them is running it. Just like, just a tap.
There's a 1 sub's worth, as it were. We see a lot of fighting going in on the enemy court here over on El Firmament's side. That's going to be the Brush taken down here, and so that's going to be 2 members down for Stan. And with the jump coming in, I don't think they're going to be able to survive. No, they are able to survive. The Dualies coming in and able to avenge their fallen partner and getting that pick right there.
But the try is trying to go on that spinner, of course, getting the Toxic Mist on there. Machine pushing in with them. We got a big bubbler on the tower, as always, as we see El Firmament got the lead here. Junior's trying to stay on there, but it is just the inkjet. Can they stay alive? Can they do it? But no. No, wait, was that? The Junior took down the inkjet? Hello?
Hopped off the tower just long enough to get that 3rd member down, so they're going to be, well, that is going to be the tower going back through mid now. Stan going to be coming in from the other way, and they're going to be trying to retake that lead as they hasn't been to the checkpoint just yet.
Hasn't reached the checkpoint just yet, both teams, but we're going to see GFA Stan getting their lead back. Hydra staying on that tower, but the Junior is going to push in, and of course, if the Junior didn't pick him off, it was going to be that Booyah Bomb, as the Junior is just trying to help out their just trying to help out Falco, but Falco's the only one left alive. They gotta stay alive or get back, but that's not gonna do anything. Of course, they got comeback and triple not object trigger, what am I saying? Quick respawn subs, so they can get back in pretty easy, but they are getting down to 14 on GFA stand. They gotta push in. Getway just trying to push in on this other junior, but they're gonna get picked off. That's gonna be a full wipeout, and the first match is gonna go to Jiafei stand.
Taking the first match with a nice knockout right there. It was really a battle of the two juniors throughout the entire match. Both of them put on such impressive plays with both controlling the tower and just taking down members. Very well done to both of these teams.
Yeah, no, well, but of course, GFA stand was the one to come out on top. Of course, moving on to everybody's favorite mode. Not necessarily mine. I mean, it's still good. I still actually love it a lot, but just the layouts in this game aren't the best. But of course, Splat Zone's mincemeat. This one is I'm not sure how to feel about this one, honestly.
This is definitely interesting. It is one of the few maps I think Hydra is going to have a tough time on, because there's just a couple of ledges right next to zone where a bucket or a blast or even something like a junior could just camp out and put on a lot of pressure to that backline without too many that can take them down, because it's pretty much just the one pathway through mid except for the two greats on either side.
Yeah, they're going to have to play off those greats. And of course, if you're like a junior just trying to stay on the zone is very compact. It's even got a roof with that grate on top, so it feels really small. I hope there's like a rework to mincemeat. Maybe that's a bit better, because of course the reef in that bridge area in early Splatoon 2, that could be a bit cramped sometimes, but of course we saw that open up a bit.
Indeed. See, both these teams are going to be locking in pretty quick. Not too many comp changes, most likely. But that's the one thing we have seen throughout this tournament is a lot of teams have found their comfort picks, and why we might see a couple changes. Not too many tend to swap, and I think the most surprising pick for me is just the amount of brushes we've seen so far. It has been incredibly well used and incredibly strong.
We are seeing here pretty much virtually unchanged for GFA stand, but on this, oh no, Firmament, why? The double machine cannon missile. Special charge, but the LDE, no!
But like I said, you get a nice spot for a couple of buckets, and as well as that fizzy bomb. This is pretty much the definition of meta right here, at least at this point in time.
Yeah, you hate to see it, and of course for this Hydra on GFA stand, they're gonna have a really hard time trying to survive, as if it's not gonna be those machines, it's gonna be that pizza. Let's get 2 down on Firmament as we see the brush as again, it's got along with really good paint, so it can just paint for that special and get in there. But of course, you're gonna have to keep a good position as to not get picked off here. Booyah coming on that. Great, not really doing anything, but of course the 10 missiles sent to flying. The Tetras are going to go down, but the Brooks is going to take out that Fliza. But the Hydra's going to go down, most likely 2 of the missiles, because of course, missiles plus backline. Well, oh no!
There's such chaos going on right now. So many individual fights breaking out on all corners of the map. Firmament is in control of the zone for the time being and slowly ticking away to that lead. But it looks like Stan is going to be just contesting it for the time being with that buoy bomb coming out, just trying to push them out of the way. And they are going to flip that zone before the lead is taken.
Yeah, as we see Hydra's just staying back, nearly avoiding the missiles, seemingly not getting the missiles on them, which is pretty good for them. But of course, Getway with the Flingza, just trying to paint that zone as much as they can, but not because they want that zone, it's because they want something else, and of course it's going to be that missiles. Booyah bomb coming out from the machines, pushing back those Tetras, as the Tetras are just trying to roll back, but they almost got their Reef Slider, which they can just push in here, as they have their special ready. Killer Whale coming out, but not really going to do much. It is just the Tetras, as they use their Reef Slider, but even with that end lag, they're able to survive for just a little bit. But can they do it? As we see, the entirety of Firmament is just trying to push in and take them out.
It was an excellent use of that Reef Slider. It would have been quite dangerous, but they were able to survive and stall them out enough for their team to come back in. So now they're going to be able to flip that zone once again before Firmament is able to chew through their penalty. 2 members are down for stand though, and so it's just going to be the Hydra remaining, and with just the buckets and the roller coming back in, they're going to have quite the advantage in taking back that zone.
Yeah, they're gonna have a pretty good advantage, but of course Rosemary is gonna go down. Not before the machine is gonna go down to the Tetris, but they try to jump out there, but instead Getway just like, you got missiles, but I don't know what you're plotting, but it ain't gonna work. Hydra trying to pull out that Booyah Bomb, but getting picked off. It is leading to Firmament as they have a pretty good hold on the zone. The machine getting that junior. The junior had their back turned at just the wrong moment. So we see the shot and the flings that just keeping a good hold on that zone. But the reslider is coming to play, but see, narrowly avoiding it, the shot and the other player. As we see Falco with their machine just trying to see if they can get anybody. Of course, there is going to be a penalty because Jiafei stand did get the zone for a split second. So that's going to be a bit more time for them to try to push back in and see what they can do.
There's so many specials getting popped right here. The junior is just trying to hold on to this plat area, getting the one pick on the sloshing machine, but they're going to be jumping out with a lot of pressure coming at them. Booyah Bomb is getting popped for one of the buckets. They're going to be pushing in, but the ink brush coming in with that killer whale, striking them down. That's going to be both buckets out of commission. And right as Firmament gets through the rest of their penalty, it's going to be flipped back in favor of Stan.
Yeah, Jiafei stand being able to have that, and now they're going to try to push in here, seeing what they can do. It's the last minute of the match, and with the penalty gone for Stan, it could prove to be the way to get advantage. The machine's down, it's just the flings and the shot, as one of them, the Tetris does see, tries to get a pick, but doesn't, but they did jump back, so they're going to be out of commission for just a tad, kind of like a tactical would do. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. But again, we're seeing the cannon missiles fly, and we're seeing Stan being able to take the lead here, but not before a Booyah Bomb coming in, 2 down on the side of Stan, but another Booyah Bomb coming in, and able to paint it through, with just the Hydra left alive, as they got to jump back in order to stay alive.
That was an excellent jump right there, just what they needed, so they're going to be able to charge up that Booyah Bomb and have it ready to go for their pushback in. 10 seconds remaining, but only 15, almost 10 penalty points remaining. They are not too far from getting that lead back. There's 3 specials online for Stan here. The reslider comes out, the Booyah Bomb comes out, but 2 members are down, still in control for Firmament, and only the Hydra is remaining. That is not enough paint to get that zone back. Firmament with the last second take back, able to take this first match.
Yeah, no, that was really good on their part. As you saw, literally what got Firmament the win, or at least in order to take back the zone, after Stan was able to get into 4, was the double machine. Nothing with the machines, nothing with the fizzies, but having double Booyah Bomb was the play, and they were able to take the zone there and keep it. Even if Stan had 3 specials at the end there with the reslider, Booyah Bomb, Bubbler, it wasn't enough in order to take it back and take the lead, as we are going to see the third match going to be on Clam Blitz Scorch Scorch.
And we've seen Clam Blitz on Scorch in the past. This is going to be tough. That brush is definitely going to be coming back out. The Hydra, most likely, as we've seen it in the past 2 matches, but this is the 2 paths available are quite narrow and very easily to defend if you have the manpower, but it's definitely going to require quite a few specials just to get in. Not quite as bad as Rainmaker, I would say, but it's still quite difficult.
Yeah, but of course, we're gonna have to wait and see. Again, some weapons we could see here. Maybe, I'm not sure if they want to put out back to try. And of course, Flingza still could be good. Of course, it is probably the best missile weapon we have currently, so we could see some usage out of that. But of course, Junior, as we see, the Flamesword player is the Junior player, so they might want to get a big bubbler in there with the Junior. But also on the topic of big bubbler, I know a lot of people like running it with Junior, but I feel like it's also good on something like Roller or Blaster. Maybe not the best bet compared to Junior, but of course having something like second place support Slayer instead of just like permanent support would be better with something like the big bubbler, because it allows you to just take fights and be pretty much safe for a little bit.
And if they're with the double slush machine that last match, like they didn't have too much trouble with paint with just the one shooter, but for something when you're running bucket like that, or even Hydra, having a junior just to be able to put out a whole lot of paint is quite helpful.
And of course, this is important in all modes, but especially this one. Team coordination is going to be really essential. So if they're not coordinated well enough, we're not going to be seeing much going on here. Again, we're just going to have to wait and see on how these teams play this Clan Blitz map, and of course, what they're going to be running in their comps.
Gonna begin starting in just a moment. I'm still trying to process the absolute chaos we saw in the last match, like especially during the end there with the booyah bombs flying on both sides. It was quite unfortunate. Stan had the specials online to take back that zone, but they went 2 down almost immediately, and so that pretty much cut their paint output in half, and so there wasn't a whole lot they could do to hold on to the zone. But as we're getting started, not too many changes. We see the Tetras, we see the Junior coming back out. Double bucket, but this time we're going to be seeing a vanilla slosher instead of the machine.
Yeah, of course, as you see on the other team, this is very important for why they picked Slosher. Stan is running Junior Tetras, which is basically the fast comp. Of course, they also have the Ink Brush, which is pretty fast. And the perfect counter to that is the vanilla Slosher, allowing you to splat bomb, getting the triple ink strike for very good displacement. So that's going to be pretty much essential in keeping them out, but that's going to be 2 down on either side. As we were seeing, they're pretty much at a stalemate, as they're just trying to get as many clans as they can, with both the juniors being the main clan carriers.
Yeah, so we do see both of those bubblers online as well, so if they can get the clam count up, they have a decent amount of specials to push back in. We just see that Slosher machine going down of the Tetras, activating their Reef Slider to take down that splatter shot. That's going to be 2 down for the IFL for a minute. But at the same time, Stan goes 2 down as well, leading to another, pretty much, as you said, stalemate in mid right now.
Yeah, with just a minute shredded off the clock, these teams have a good amount of time, but they got to make something happen here. Brush, of course, with their Killer Whale, they have they have the Super Clam at the ready, taking out Monkey. That's going to be their shot down as the Hydra's just trying to find a way in there. They have 2 Super Clams. That's going to be Ink Brush down. And this Junior is going to try to... And they took a triple Ink Strike to the face and said, nah, I don't care. I'm putting this in the basket. As that is going to be a good first point there, getting it down to 80. But of course, they're going to have to make something work here in order to get it further.
Yeah, but they have the penalty clam in play here, but they're going to need one more clam on top of that in order to get that lead, which is not too difficult. They have several clams in reserve as well, but with the bubbler just trying to stall them out, that's going to be 2 down for Firmament.
Yeah, the 2 down for them right now. As we see another one going down, that's the Junior. As it's a slot 2, 3 down on the side of Stan. It is just a bloodbath. But as we saw there, they were able to get the basket in, and they're even getting some clams in. The shot just trying to get as many clams in as possible, along with the machine, getting down to 65. That's going to be pretty good for them. Pretty solid lead at this for right now. But they get some more in. The Junior isn't going to find an opening in order to get in there, as it has a pretty good defense on the basket right now. You see the Slosher trying to fight, but it's just not going to be enough as they get picked off with their special at the ready.
Both of the teams have really been high on the individual fights going out. Several just members going down left and right, and even the last play there, was just like anywhere we turn, there was a member down. But we see both members. I was gonna say we have both teams have full members up for the first time in a while, but as I say that, both the bucket and the Tetras go down, and now the brush and the splatter shot following quick behind. It just such high Slayer count for both of these teams so far. That seems to be the name of their game.
Slosher on that middle pedestal, but they are going to be picked off. They just could not arc their shots well enough in order to pick off anybody from Stan. That Splat Bomb did pick off the Hydra there. As we see, the Junior is trying to take a more supportive position as they trying to make sure... Oh, they go on. Is it perfect for me to go in? Just got to make sure that they don't take any risky plays because that big bubbler is going to be so important in their push.
Absolutely, and they're gonna have to watch out for that Trizuka, which is online at the moment. But so far, Firmament is just making sure that they have the paint to keep them from getting too close to that basket. The Zuka popped and taking out that Hydra once again. And just gotta dodge the rain of bombs coming in, and they will pretty close to getting that map control back.
Yeah, it's a pretty close here as we were seeing. Oh, the Tetra's getting picked off by the Splat Bomb, I'm pretty sure, as they rolled right into it. 2 down pretty much on either team as the others are just trying to get back in there. As we are seeing the Junior still having that big bubbler. Fizzy Bomb's just trying to stall him out. Booyah Bomb coming out from the Hydra, just trying to help out their teammate here. Is the Slasher gonna get it? But no, the Junior is just fast as frick. But that Slash Machine is going to be able to take it down. 2 down on the side of Stan, as we see the machine is literally just sharking. Going to take that Hydra by surprise, but can the Hydra do anything? That's going to be... Oh, no! It's the double Splat Bomb, pretty much forcing them emergency booyah as they take out one with them, as the brush is going to go down. Same thing with the Hydra. It's just the last 10 seconds, but I don't think Stan is really going to find anything here because they don't even have a super clave at the ready. What happened to their pity?
I think that Junior was holding on to it for that entire last half of that match, so when they went down, it ended up despawning. But that one lead that they were able to get was enough to take that match. Just such not even back and forth, just nowhere for either team to go during the entire match. Just players going down left and right, trying to get enough clams to pull something together. But Firmament coming out on top in that third match.
Being able to just show that Firmament, I mean, is not a team you want to mess with, and being able to push back in, push back hard, and being able to just pretty much pick off the members of Jiafei Stan when they least expect it. Of course, this next map mode is another one I'd say is truly goated. Mako Mart, honestly, actually no, I'm going to take that back. A lot of people love Mako Mart, and I love it too. But sometimes I don't. It feels janky for me, at least with how I play. It feels janky for me. But it still is a fun map sometimes. And of course, on Splatoon, it's going to be pretty fun too.
It is quite a lot of fun. And it is, I would say, one of the more balanced maps for zones. But I have a feeling we're going to be seeing the return of either the Tenta missiles or the double sloshers or both for this match.
Yeah. As they saw it, they are noticing that the fast comp is coming out. Of course, the classic fast comp from Jiafei Stan with the Junior Tetras. And of course, they had the Slosher being able to pick them off. But are they going to try to run double machine here if they know that they're going to run that? Or are they going to stay machine Slosher? I don't know.
As always, we'll have to wait and see. But I feel like we're not going to see quite the amount of craziness we saw in that last match with the Clam Blitz. It is... Oh boy, I want to know what the final KA for the players of the last match were, but we're going to be hopping back in. No change for Stan here, but we do see the return of the Flingza as well as the Vanilla Slosher machine combo.
Yeah, they're realizing that that Vanilla Slosher is proved to be useful. So yeah, anybody playing Slosh Machine, anybody solo maining Slosh Machine because it's meta, in the chat, pick up Slosher. Trust me, you won't regret it. It's going to be very useful for you. Just pick up all the sloshers, honestly. Just pick them all up. But also, yeah, that Flingza is going to prove to be very beneficial as Tenon missiles are, well, they're Tenon missiles. Do I even need to say anything else?
No explanation needed, but that's going to be 3 down with only the Flingza remaining while Stan takes the zone.
As we are seeing here, Petra's just waiting out on that left side. Seeing some suction bombs coming out from the shot. Gonna send some auto bombs back as we see Falco just narrowly avoiding that with, of course, being the Vanilla Slosher. They're pretty much backed up here, trying to use Tenon missiles in order to get in. This could be their opportunity to try to get in, as it's just not, Tenon missiles. They also have a triple Inkstrike and a Trizuka at the ready. Oh, displacement, as we're going to see him being kicked out here. It is just the Vanilla Rush here, but they're behind them. Behind? What happened there that they got behind? As they see are just going to jump back. They pretty much just decided to play for a little bit with the Flingza, but they got bored pretty quick.
I think it's a classic example of a flank in the midst of a push for zone at the same time, and so no one noticed the brush coming around, but as they were the last member remaining, there wasn't too much they could do on their own, so the safe jump was probably the safest place to make. The sloshing machine taking out that Tetra Julie's there, still doing an excellent job of holding down this left plat here. This is where the sloshing class shines, just be able to camp ledges like this, and Firmament is going to be able to take that lead here.
Yeah, as we see here, Monkey with the shot is using that just using the Trizuka in order to displace. But of course, the Tetra's coming out of nowhere, along with the brush on that left side, using that reef slider to paint the zone, allowing Firmament to get a penalty of 66. As we see the junior, he's trying to stay on the zone, trying to paint the zone, but this brush is trying to go for a flank. But it was pretty much useless as the junior was the one to be able to take out that V-slosh.
Still, that's going to be 2 members for Firmament down, and stand still in solid control of the zone. The brush is trying to get in, coming back around the side. We'll see if the sloshing machine is able to spot them out. The Booyah Bomb is getting popped with the missiles. They're making a play for the zone here, but the sloshing machine does go down in the midst of that.
As we are seeing here, pretty much just machine just staying back on that pillow, just trying to see if they can paint anything in. As we are seeing, they found somebody. Who is it? It's the brush. Is it the junior? But they don't care because they're trying to get back. But they have the buddy. They have the slosher. It's going to be the junior and another. Pretty sure it's the brush, but they're going to be 10 missiles. Not looking good for them, but the Tetra's still going to try to fight, but gets picked off. But there's somebody else trying to get in there. As we see an overhead shot, it's looking really good for Firmament. But we're seeing this brush trying to get back in, trying to use any splat bomb they can. Of course, this is the 3rd match for Firmament. If they get this win here, they take this set for themselves. We hear it. What is it? It's the triple ink strike coming out. But we're seeing this brush doing really good at painting the zone. But it's just going to be the junior left as the penalty is gone. It is a full wipeout on the side of Jiafei stand as the win goes to Firmament as they move on to winners round 5, taking the set 1-3.
Firmament showing such solid control in the midst of there. We saw the brush of the junior trying to make a play off a left stack, but just with the Zuka coming, not the Zuka, the ink strike coming out, it just put on a lot of pressure and paint, and the brush was just not able to get in close enough to make something happen. So GG's to Firmament for taking this set, and they will be moving on in the finals, or the winners bracket.
Yeah, of course, really good stuff that we saw from everybody today. But I'm just going to get a confirmation here. I'm pretty sure us two here, at least, because of the timing, we're going to be signing off here and handing it off to 2 other people in order to cast. So before we go, Matt, where can people find you?
Well, you can find me on both Twitch and Twitter at IMedGamerII, and you can also find me on YouTube on IMedGamerII, just with spaces. But where can the good people find you, my friend?
Of course, you can find me on Twitch and Twitter at Ninstar123. I will be having a stream tonight, either 7 or 8 EST. If you want to come out and see that, that'd be pretty good. Of course, I'm always just advocating the tactic cooler and the good options you can run it, which I think most options are at least decent with tactic cooler, except for maybe like H3. Nah, that one's just not good.
In any case, we will be going to a short break with some more Splatoon action just over the horizon, so don't go anywhere.
Yeah, sayonara.
Splatoon Stronghold. a stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a getting started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you're a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and request recordings of scrims as well as participate in our captain forums and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Paddling Pool 185. I am Genie7, joined by Asect, and Asect, we have Firmament versus Squidding Good in our winners semi-finals round. Are you excited for this one?
Heck yeah.
Yeah, for these, we're gonna start by looking at these maps because we did see Firmament just play in the set before. Going into this map list that is appeared on our screen, we have Rainmaker on Undertow Spillway. Are you a huge fan of this map? Because I know this one has a little bit of controversy over it.
Yeah, Undertow is definitely very controversial. It's super closed in and it has some awkward spaces. So AoE weapons are especially strong here, but it has its merits. It's just a very strange map, but I don't really think it's bad.
Awesome. A fellow Undertow enjoyer, or not necessarily enjoyer, but not finding it bad. I find it interesting and unique. It's a fresh take on it's a weird map. Do I think it's gonna be good in comp? And do I think the pros will like it? Probably not, because they like to have everything bland and plain Jane toast. I like butter on their toast, nothing else. But besides that, we will be heading into this winners semifinals. Firmament, Squidding Good. These team comps are looking good. Double machine. Who would have expected that?
Yeah, looks like we got a double machine hyper aggro comp on Firmament's side. And a slightly less aggro comp on Squidding Good's side, but it seems like they're going to be able to play super fast with that junior shot and Tetras.
Yeah, I like the 96 skill. It gives you the ink vac while allowing you to have speed over something like a jet sculpture or a charger, even though both weapons might have different usages. But right now, the Rainmaker is in the hands of Firmament. 3 members down, just the Rainmaker left alive. Going to just trying to get some points, trying to get some trades, but not able to. That's fine. The Rainmaker dying in that position is quite good.
We have an Ink Zuka coming out from Squidding Good's side, trying to turn the tide back in their direction. And they are up a player now, but not for long.
Ooh, in the map, they're keeping going. The Rainmaker should be able to go. It's just going to be that machine trying to pressure out the Rainmaker and gets it. The Rainmaker falls. That's an extremely unfortunate spot for Squidding Good. But they are able to grab the Rainmaker and get it into that pedestal to allow them to get through that first checkpoint. With the Reslider going all the way to the final checkpoint, Squidding Good will continue their push. And it's looking very good as Firmament members are falling left and right.
Yeah, they've really just got to hold this Rainmaker here at the checkpoint. They only have a little bit of time before it resets, and they did end up managing to hold that Rainmaker for the reset, restarting Squidding Good's push pretty much. But it looks like they're going to go down in the process, so Squidding Good might end up getting a counter push here.
Yeah, the counter push is kind of coming in mid. Most of the members of both the teams are kind of scattered around the map as trades go. Both machines have fallen for Firmament, so that is most of their chip damage currently gone. With the junior in the shot, they do get a lot of paint down, but with their bombs being not as long as the fizzy bomb, they don't have as much chip damage. But here goes that push coming out for Squidding Good.
Oh, both people go 2 down. Both teams go 2 down in that fight, and leaving just the 2 machines to fight each other, or to fight with the other team.
Yeah, now it's looking good. I think Squidding Good. What do you think Squidding Good has to do to get their specials coordinated to get another push going?
I can definitely see them using that ink vac to just push through that really choke area at the right side, push up that ramp and get a huge amount of points. Especially with Reslider to initiate that.
Yeah, and both Booyah Bombs have come out for Firmament's machines. With that, they've lost 2 of their members, though, in doing so. So it's kind of put them on the back foot. Remember, they're the team that also has to get through the checkpoint. So Firmament, even though the clock is just halfway down, it's looking a little bit dangerous with them. 3 members have gone down. Squidding Good. They're making their way with the progress of that Rainmaker, being held up, though, by those bombs. This map doesn't really have a straight and narrow path, straight set path to kind of take that Rainmaker down mid. So you either have to go far right or far left, and it's really easy to tell for the defenders which way you're coming from.
And they managed to get 3 of their players up into that, near the final pedestal, but just the Rainmaker got held up a little bit by those bombs, and they managed to defend that really well on Firmament's side.
Ooh, Booyah Bombs are coming out. Firmament, they're trying to move this Rainmaker down to this left side. Getaway with the Rainmaker being escorted by their team should be able to get close to this checkpoint. How close can they get to it? Not up in time. Unfortunately, members falling all around, so that Rainmaker pedestal will be painted. Firmament will have to go back to the drawing board. As long as the machine can stay alive against these Tetras, and no, they can't. They have fallen. Wow, that's going to be Squidding Good able to hold on.
Yeah, Squidding Good is playing really fast here, and the machines just can't keep up. While the machine is broken, it does have the weakness of being a slower weapon. And so it is not having a good time against this super fast rushdown style comp on Squidding Good's side.
No, and that's going to be a vac actually pop. A little bit early from that gal. Hopefully they can find the shot on the Rainmaker, but they throw it out and don't find anything. Anyone going down though is going to be difficult. Squidding Good, they have that Trizuka at the ready. They've gotten 2 members with it. Make that 3. Can Falco go down? Yes, Falco's gone. And that's going to be a effective wipeout of Firmament. Really not able to find much progress at all with their pushes.
And they do not have much time to get back in here. They only have about 20 seconds to pick that Rainmaker and start another push. All Squidding Good has to do is just keep their Rainmaker alive for 20 seconds. And they pretty much have this game in the bag.
Yeah, trades. Oh, not quite trades. Make that 3 down off Firmament. They're looking on the super hard on the back foot. But that Rainmaker, I believe that was that grabbed by Squidding Good. But they should be able to get the pop and be able to hold on to it. Inkback is holding it, and nobody on the side of Firmament will be there to grab it. Squidding Good taking this game 1 of winners semifinals.
Yeah, that was a very interesting match. There we kind of saw the 2 kind of comps that people are running. There's people who are running machine comps where they just keep on spamming machine. Like, you'll see 2 or 3 of them in a comps. It's super common in Japan right now. But Squidding Good found a weakness of the comp. They just played so fast that the 2 machines couldn't keep up.
Yeah, that was something that we really have kind of talked about in comp a little bit, but haven't had that much success on, or people have seen too much success on. Realizing that machine gets really countered by a lot of speed, and Tetras have a lot of speed. So I've liked seeing Tetras come back, even though I don't like playing against Tetras. That's just a personal opinion of mine, but I like how the meta is kind of like evolving on itself, and that's something that is unique with the fact that you look in Splatoon 1 and Splatoon 2, if you remember, we had metas that kind of shifted quite frequently because weapons were being added so frequently in the early phases of the game. But with it only being every 3 months, metas kind of get to evolve on itself before being kind of stuck in its own way. Are you enjoying that?
Yeah, it's definitely a very interesting mix-up. I know that the decision to have a 3-month update cycle is fairly controversial within the community. I've heard a lot of people who are already having gripes about the lack of new content. But we're headed into the next round here. Will we see the same rushdown strategy again?
No, because we've got Explo. Explo is going to be definitely a long-range ship weapon, and coming out now as well. Gecko on that machine, really showing that Squidding Good wants to kind of play a little bit slower. Getaway. Oh, that's a flings, all right. That is definitely a flings roller.
Looks like
tell me about why these
Splatoon
missiles
2
are so strong right now.
Missiles are so strong because they just... In Splatoon 2, they were fairly balanced, but that's because there were other global AoE specials like Stingray and Armor. I guess Armor was an AoE. But missiles are really the only thing that's like that now. It's just very strange design to keep going into Splatoon 3 since every other special has been changed.
Yeah, every other special has really been changed and very few are returning. But what is returning is Squidding Good's aggression. They have pushed all the way past the zone, all the way up, almost actually below the clam, where the clam basket, if we were playing Clam Blitz. And that's going to allow Squidding Good a lot of space and a lot of areas to defend. And it's going to make Firmament really, giving them a really hard time to try and get back into the zone.
We have a couple Booyah Bombs going out on Firmament's side just to try and cap the zone, but maybe they should have thought about trying to pop that on a different spot since it didn't really work.
No, and that's going to be zone still in favor of Squidding Good. They do not have a penalty applied to them, all the way down to 29. Just 2 members left of Firmament here. That's going to be great kill. Gecko's gone down. Some of the members are still coming from respawn from Firmament. That Inkvac is going to be coming out. Is not able to paint the zone. Falco is able to stay alive. The penalty has been applied, and that is the main saving grace for Firmament, even though they are all gone.
Yeah, Firmament has just been wiped, but now they have some precious time to try and build up that special and go for another attempt at a retake. But Squidding Good is not going to make it easy. They have chip damage out the wazoo with their X-Blow Machine and 96 Gal all playing off of each other's high damage values very well.
Yeah, those missiles have come out. That X-Blow is gone. Machine has also fallen to that crab tank. Squidding Good is all the way on the back foot. Can they be able to defend with just 2 members? They're forcing a lot of specials out of Firmament, even though just 2 members alive. Every single special has been popped. That zone is now finally capped. But here come the members. The trades are out. That is not good for Firmament. They've gotten another kill. They need to be able to get these kills on the last 2. The Machine is last alive for Squidding Good. So far, so good, but Getaway has fallen. I don't think Falco is going to see that and not helping. Gecko is still fighting Lamonk and that Machine. Somehow, some way, Squidding Good is still somehow in this fight.
Yeah, Firmament has been taken 2 out, and there's more specials coming out, making the situation even worse for them. They just have to see if they can try and hold their hold that area in case they go for another lockout. But they might get another chance to push in soon, and they don't have much time. That timer is slowly ticking down. There's a paint battle happening on the zone. Specials coming out left and right. A Booyah Bomb, an Inkvac. Everyone's just trying to paint it. Firmament caps the zone, but it might not last long. They have a missile coming out.
Big. Those missiles are going to trap all 4 members. They haven't marked all 4 members, but they've trapped all 4 members of Squidding Good on that right side. Somehow, some way, none of them have taken each other out. They have their own specials coming back for a nice counterplay. Yeah, always going to have to back away, but does fall. Rest of Firmament back in their own spawn. This Splat Zones game is very intense, but Squidding Good, they've had a lot of control, and they have not relinquished any of it.
Yeah, besides a couple of little resets, Squidding Good has been in control for most of this time, and they're slowly taking down that clock. It's down to the wire. Firmament has to push now or never.
Now or never indeed. They're trying to paint the zone. The Expo's still here. Porky's trying to paint the zone as well. Not the best painting weapons, but they have gotten the kills that they need. 2 down, just Falco on zone. Falco falls. That's just going to be the last machine on Firmament. I believe that's going to be a wipeout and a game going to Squidding Good again. Up 2-0 in this winner's semifinals.
Yeah, now we're gonna have to see if Firmament reconsiders their double machine comp. It's something that's been very meta, but it seems that Squidding Good has machines down. They can counter them left and right, and so we're just gonna have to see if Firmament is going to try to adapt, because they cannot mess up again.
I have faith that they can, because these 2 teams are not 2 new teams. Let's be honest. These 2 teams, Squidding Good and Firmament, have played for these players have played this game for a long time. So I have faith that they can come up with strategies. But going into Clamblitz on Inkblot, somewhere where Machine actually was strong, even Machine and Fizzybomb were strong in Splat 2. Do you think they're gonna be saying no, it's just the maps, or do you believe that do you believe they should swap up, or do you think they should stay because the map kind of favors Machine?
I don't know, because I would say Undertow Spillway also favored Machine very heavily with all of those strange geometries. Machine has a lot of stuff to work through, not to mention the fact that it can shoot through glass on mid and get those cheese kills with the AoE bug. So we'll have to see if they adapt and change their double machine comp up. I wouldn't be surprised if we still saw 1 machine, though.
Do you want to see Squidding Good to come out on that Explosure again, now that it's kind of Clamblitz? Or do you want to see them revert back to that really fast-paced, really high aggression comp that they had in Game 1? Do you think that would be something that they could run?
Clamblitz is by far the fastest game mode, especially in terms of backline, so I don't think we're going to see an Explo coming out. Just because it is a fairly slow weapon, even though it can play very, very aggressively. It has a very good niche on zones, but everywhere else it's not that great. I could see them pulling it out on clams, though, since that's the other mode where it can be used, since there is no moving objective.
Yeah, I like that, but Raincloud, I don't know, Raincloud kind of gets unique with Inkblot. It's not the best special, but when you're pushing on Inkblot clams, it has its nice ways to paint pretty much all of Plat and all of the danger areas in Clamblitz, and it kind of gives you that extra little chip damage that you might need. We're getting into this all-important game 3. Winner gets to sit in winners finals. And loser, they have to make a tough losers run. Firmament, they're going to be sticking with what they know in the comp that they have been playing. Squidding good. Again, some more changes. Do you like those changes?
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely a strange fusion of the two metas. Oh, but they get the 2 down, potentially even 3 down right off the bat. A disastrous mid take for Firmament. They already have control of basket and they're making a push. But was it too early? They don't have that many clams to follow up, and they do have people trying to come back in.
They have clams, they have specials now. The clams are on their way back, and Zuka have been popped. Haven't found anything with it. Does see a machine drop onto this plat. 2 members have gone down from Squidding good. They have some more clams still on the way. Fury does find one, does get taken up by Falco though. And Ochiri is coming to go for the scores, but Getway says no. The junior battle goes in favor of Getway for that one, but I'm pretty sure it went definitely the other way off of that beginning of the map.
We're not even 1 minute into the game, and we've already gotten a push down to 50. This is pretty bad for Firmament. They're gonna have to find something to change this, but they do have a whopping 4 minutes.
4 minutes is a long time to be able to figure out in clamlets where you want to go, but it can evaporate so quickly if you're not really clear on your game plan and how you want to get in a mid. That's gonna be Gecko going in early, gets traded out. Great Zuka from Fury, and Getway has been found out. I think this is gonna be 3 down again for Firmament unless some hero plays can be made.
Oh, the machine gets a 96
hero plays
scout.
are made.
Yeah, that. Did you catch that? He used the they used the AoE bug again, shooting the 96 scout slightly through the wall.
Yeah, that's just those little things that are awesome to point out and showing what these top players kind of can use to their advantage with these weapons. They push every single weapon that they play to the absolute limit. So much more than your average bully your teammate.
Oh, the big bubbler coming out from the junior, but getting absolutely shredded by all of Squidding good. That's gonna put a change in their plans.
No! Getway misses the power climb, not close enough, throws it a little bit too aggressively, doesn't realize that their feet below them and that Booyah Bomb has been painted. The machine has gone for a flank, but gets called out, and the rest of the members of Firmament are being pushed back. Have to drop to the side, watching out for that Inkvac blast. Booyah Bomb has been popped, but I think Falco's gonna fall, and Falco has. Firmament, they're put back again to the drawing board. They are really struggling so far.
Yeah, and as you said, the time is just evaporating. Nearly 2 minutes have passed, and they still haven't been able to get a push out. They tried to go for the play using the Booyah Bomb as a vision block, which is something that's not often seen or thought about in Splatoon since there's so much information available. But vision blocks are still a thing in this game, and they can work very well, but it didn't work out in the juniors' favor because they couldn't see the basket, and they couldn't judge how far they were from it.
No, but Squidding good, I have to be honest, they've been playing so well. But Falco does find a fight down in this bottom right with Getway. The Booyah Bombs are coming out. They're going to be pincering a lot of the members of Squidding good. That's going to be 3 down. The big bubbler saves 1. They've been able to stay alive. How many clams though? Firmament doesn't have very many clams to their name. They don't have clams, they don't have paint, and the members of Squidding good are back on their plat, ready to defend.
Yeah, they do not have very many clams at all, not even enough for a single ball. But they are still getting these picks at the basket, so really all they have to do is just make a ball to start their push. But we do see a flank from the machine into plat that goes disastrously. Squidding good gets wiped.
They get wiped, and it's a clean wipe. All of Firmament was still alive in that fight. Every single 1v1 went in their favor. 65 is good, but they need to get down to 50. The clams are not there. Getway's going to be jumping into their big bubbler. That is going to be great. Lamonk is pressuring it, but no, the basket isn't able to stay open long enough. The clams, nobody else went to go get clams. No one else was on the side of Firmament. Were able to go and support their teammates. That's unfortunate. Forgetting to play like that. It's kind of hard.
Yeah, but Firmament, all they need is a ball and a couple of clams, and they have a lead. And with a minute left in the game, Squidding good might not have time for a counter push here.
Squidding good will want to be defending. Oh, but there's going to be a sneak. There's going to be a power clam sneak for the side of Squidding good, and they do have a pity clam. If they can get that pity clam and jump in, that will be some more points. But I believe the pity clam has fallen, and it has. Firmament, they will have more clams to work with now. They will have 1 extra power clam. They have 3 at the ready now. Porky is still just in the backline.
I don't know if that was the play. The 96 Gal is very out of position right now, and all that accomplished is giving them yet more ammo to work with in their push. If they can push into flat here and get those balls in, that might be a secure game-winning lead. It's very close. All they need to do is get that clam in, but Squidding Good has a rock-solid defense.
Squidding Good, they're gonna walk away with this one. They can't. Firmament can't get any more clams in a basket, and Squidding Good's gonna be taking the set 3-0. I did not expect that from either of these two teams.
Yeah, that was a crazy push right at the end there. If they had gotten that next ball and they would have still been in this and had another shot, they would have had to continue to win their next 2 games though, so it might not have happened.
We'll never know. We'll never know, but it will be marked down for Squidding Good. Moving on to winners finals, the next round that we will be seeing in this paddling pool. Yeah, Firmament, they're gonna have definitely a rough time. They are sitting in loser round 7, so they have a little bit of time to wait for their opponents. But yeah, that's really good for Squidding Good. They've locked up at least 3rd in this tournament.
Yeah, that was a really nice performance from Squidding Good. They didn't falter at all. The clean 3-0 sweep. We're gonna have to see if they have any competition in the losers bracket.
There's a lot of good teams down in the losers bracket. Because a lot of teams had a lot of fun after 20XX. A lot of pickups that I'm noticing is from 20XX. If you did have the chance to watch it, we do have the Twitch VOD, and we will have some highlights, I know, going up on our YouTube later on in the week. If they're not already up there on our Dapple Productions thing. You can follow Dapple on Twitch and on Twitter to stay updated with everything that you need to know with that. But with me saying that, I believe we will be headed to break as we wait for our winners' final teams to be decided. KARIM Legoat versus Comp Testing are the 2 other teams that are on the other side of the winners bracket currently. So
yeah, we're just gonna have to see how that goes.
Yeah, and with that, we will see you on the other side of this break.
Splatoon Stronghold. A stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a getting started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you're a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and request recordings of scrims as well as participate in our captain forums and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today. Splatoon Stronghold, a stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a getting started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you're a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and request recordings of scrims as well as participate in our captain forums and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today.
Welcome back, everybody, to Paddling Pool 185. I am Genie7, joined by Asect. Asect,
Yo, yo.
how are you? How are you feeling? We're here, winners finals, Splatoon Tacklefish. We've got Squidding Good, who we just saw play the last set, versus for anyone who doesn't really understand their name and comp testing, they are just Oro Jackson plus Prochara. You excited to see these two teams?
That seems like a pretty scary team to be going up against. So we'll see if Squidding Good can keep up their winning streak.
Yes, because whenever, for anyone who hasn't kept up with Dapple or anything like that in the past, if you just came from 20XX, yes, Oro Jackson coming up off of their not grand finals appearance, but losers finals appearance, getting third in that tournament. They have dominated every single weekly that they've entered in Splatoon 3. So now that they're here with a different member, we will see. Then that member that they have added temporarily for this tournament is definitely not a bad player. Let's be honest with that one.
Yeah, we got some pretty interesting comps. Squidding Good is back on their machine comp. And we're seeing a double wave breaker comp from comp testing side. Oh wait, flip that. Oh no, never mind.
Nope, the spectator always likes to flip itself on its own head. But these, the Buoy Bomb's not going to find anything. Squidding Good has lost members, but they still are in control of the zone. As I say that, comp testing takes over. And I think it's interesting about how they're testing comps. Double wave breaker, seeing how it could work. On paper, it might be good on this map, but we will see. So far, Chara's taking a fight. Does go down in a trade scenario. Is able to
Too
follow
dead with
that
the
up.
machine flanking.
Yeah, and
But the machine goes down, leaving just the junior left on Squidding Good side.
yeah, and comp testing, they've held onto this zone. These wave breakers are great for defensive. Do you think Squidding Good is really going to have a good opportunity to get in, or should they just wait for the wave breaker to end?
I mean, the wave breaker does apply some pressure, but you still can move through it. It's just a lot harder to take a fight.
Ooh, as the
But
fights are going on, there's 2 members down of comp testing. Comp testing should relinquish the zone, and Squidding Good. This is going to be their opportunity to go up, get some space, and so far so good. Just Chara's left, and actually Parmano is back as well, but they're all the way back in spawn. Squidding Good. This is looking good for them to get lead.
Yeah. They did use all their specials though, so we'll have to see if they can get more specials out to keep this lockout going. They do manage to get a pick on the junior. Yeah, oh wait, yeah. Spectator keeps flipping around.
Yup, that's what the Splatoon spectator cam does, but Chara's trying to get this zone. They don't want to relinquish any more of these points. They want to hold on to as many points as they possibly can get. Takes out Fury, goes for the zone, sees that the Inkvac has been used, but the points are still counting up for Squidding Good. Chara gets another great kill with the junior. With members of comp testing are falling all around. Fury and Gecko have got reinforcements. Porky is here as well. The zone is still in favor of Squidding Good now. All the members of comp testing are sent back to spawn. They have very little time to get back in.
Yeah, they managed to get 2 picks there, which is huge. They only have about 10 or 15 seconds to push back in. They're going to be really desperate for specials now.
Buoy Bomb has come out. The defensive Zuka has got the kill on the Charger. That's going to be a defensive vac. That vac is holding the zone what they need. All the members have gone. That's going to be a wipeout. And Squidding Good comes out with game 1 over comp testing.
That was an upset if I've ever seen one.
Exactly. Well, you look on paper. You're gonna add Pro Chara to Oro Jackson, the team that's dominated every single Dapple event that hasn't had NA or Japan in it, and they've already dropped a game, which is to a European team. That's something interesting.
Yeah, that double wave breaker didn't really work out too well for them. When it came to retaking, they didn't really have anything to work with, since they had 2 of their specials locked up away in the wave breaker, which is not fantastic for a retake. It's mostly you want to use that to hold space that you have, but in zones when you're trying to push back in, there's really not much you can do.
Alongside with Big Bubbler from the junior, not a special that can really, it can get you space, but then you're locked to where the bubbler is. It doesn't really move with you, and you can't really push much more aggressively than what's inside of your own bubble.
Yeah, and we could see them trying to use that Booyah Bomb to get the zone, because it's really the only tool that they had to push up with, but it didn't work out. It seems that they were kind of playing fairly cocky there, playing for a comp that would really excel at holding the zone, but be kind of bad at pushing back in. So they just got pushed out and didn't have anything to work with when they went back in, and they just got stalled out.
With the fact that comp testing is going to be the team that gets we are in counter picks, if people aren't as familiar with those icons that are on your screen, those are the counter picking format. We are in winners finals. We have been starting to do counter picks here. What do you think comp testing should kind of lean? What mode do you think they want to lean towards with the comp that they had before?
I mean, it very much depends. We're gonna have to see if they want to do the same map mode, and they do the same map.
No, we're repicking. Nice thing, we can back out. We can pick the map, and if it's wrong, you can hit the nice little minus button and back out instead of having to crash the entire lobby or play the game and have a team knock out. That's such a nice quality of life feature change on this on this game. Honestly, that would have been 2 minutes added to our day, or taken away from our
Yep.
day.
That
Boom.
is another zones map. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw double Wavebreaker again. This does seem like a fairly good Wavebreaker map, since you can put both of them on the right and left flank and control basically all of mid with just that.
Yeah, 2 wave breakers, like making a nice little kind of semi Venn diagram because they're missing the third wave breaker. If you put a big bubbler down, then you've got a real Venn diagram, which is awesome. On this side we have we can really make this tricolor. Oh my gosh, having flashbacks. If anyone ever got to play Hammerhead, if you didn't pick Team Fun, you didn't get to play Hammerhead tricolor. Sucks.
That is actually real. I tried to play in the Splatfest, and I wanted to do Tricolor, and I found like 5 games. I played all day, and I found like 5 games of Tricolor. So that's what happens when the least popular team wins the halftime.
Yep. But with that, we are going to be getting into our non-Splatfest version of Hammerhead Bridge. It has gone through some construction. It is finished, but is it truly finished? We'll never know. This set
it's finished,
is not
but at what
finished.
cost?
Yeah, at what cost? The grading. Rest in peace, the grading. Yeah, double Wayburger, the comp testing they haven't made any changes. Thinking that they should. Let's see if it's the definition of insanity. Expecting a different outcome by doing the exact same thing.
Yeah, we do see some respawn Punisher on that E-Leader, which I don't know if we saw before, and also quick respawn on the Dually Sculptures, which is not something you see very often in terms of the quick respawn.
No, and that's going to be... Chara's fallen all the way to that Zugan. Volti's gone as well. Funny has popped that Wave Breaker, trying to find some space. Sees the machine. The machine does get the trade, luckily, and that's going to be the E-Leader falling back. Squidding good. They are the ones that have the zone. Now, comp testing. How are they actually going to get into the zone?
Yeah, that's the million-dollar question here. They have to find a way to get in without using their specials, or with basically just working with nothing but the Booyah Bomb.
And there goes the Booyah Bomb. That ink vac is going to be on one side. That big bubbler on the other for Squidding good. Backshot goes out. Doesn't find anything but space. But space is good right now. Squidding good. They have the advantage. The Booyah Bomb. Trizuka gets the shots that they need. 2 members go on from comp testing. Make that 3. Just Pro Chara left. It has to back out. Has to stay alive. There is no time left. This is a long map. Do you think they can comp testing can touch zone?
I don't even think they can touch zone. I think they can't get there in time. There's just straight up not enough time.
Funny's gonna try and run for it. Funny's not even gonna be able to touch zone. Even with those dually rolls, even with the fast swimming, not even able to get there. Even if no one was shooting at him, would still not have gotten there. And that is gonna be
desperate mad dash for the zone there at the end. It's really the only choice they had.
Yeah, it was kind of hard to watch for comp testing, but Squidding good. Let's be honest here. Even though this isn't fully Oro Jackson, they don't have their name as Oro Jackson. It is still 3 members of that team plus Prochara already down 0-2 in the winners finals of a paddling pool. Something I haven't said in Splatoon 3.
Yeah, that's definitely strange. Comp testing is a very stacked team at the moment. And so this is really unexpected for Squidding Good to be beating them back this hard. We're going to have to see if they'll change up their double Wavebreaker comp or if they're going to stick strong on it and see if they can make it work, because they cannot fail yet again.
If they don't change it up,
0-2.
Yeah, if they don't change it up, I'm just going to be straight up saying their team name speaks volumes. They are going to try and run this double Wavebreaker. I haven't watched. I was playing earlier on, got bodied on stream, and I've been watching streams, so I haven't watched Prochara's stream about this yet either. So I don't know if they've been playing double Wavebreaker this entire day and have just been like trying to run it and run with it. But so far, Squidding Good kind of knows the game plan to kind of beat it.
Yeah, I don't think they've even gotten 2 Wavebreakers out at the same time.
And if they have, they've been destroyed.
Yeah, Wavebreaker is definitely very squishy. You have to be very smart about how you place it. And it's kind of the question of, is it too squishy? Should they change it at all?
Yes, please. I would like it not to be one-shot by E-Litter with Object Shredder, please. That's somebody who plays heavy, Range Blaster, and E-Litter. I have 3 Wavebreaker weapons.
Looks like they moved away from their double Wavebreaker comp.
Oh, fun. That's
We
very, very
have
fun.
3 machines in this lobby right now, so we'll,
That is
we'll have to
very-
see if their we'll have to see if their double machine works out for them.
It might, and so far actually it has proven to be a good change for them. We're gonna see Funny. Funny does see 3 members of Squidding Good, and all are trying to back away. That's gonna be trades going up from both teams, but the zone has not been capped for comp testing. And now that they have it, they're going to try and see what space they can get and accrue. Oh, Funny's gonna back off. Smart decision.
Yeah, they really now they're on the defensive, trying to hold the zone here. While Squidding Good has to push back in.
Oh,
The Booyah Bomb pushing Funny into the water. That is very funny indeed. But Squidding Good is still 2 down.
Actually, big brain play, because you have a faster respawn for Funny. Funny's now back in the zone. Sees Fury, tries to run after Fury. Fury jumps out. Smart. You respawn faster if you fall in the water and don't die to a Booyah Bomb.
Yeah. But speaking of time, Squidding Good just does not have that much time left. They only have about 15 seconds to push back in, so we're going to have to see if they can get it. They do manage to neutralize the zone. It's just going to be a paint battle. They get the paint battle, but we have to see if they can hold it.
That's 3 specials used, but 3 specials for a zone at that crucial 25-point mark is absolutely massive. And 3 members down, it's just going to be the machine going for a flank for comp testing. I kind of like it.
Yeah, but the machine got caught out. They missed their shots and they didn't even manage to get a trade. That's just gonna stall out comp testing even further. Now they have to wait for the machine to get back in here, which is gonna stall precious time.
Yeah, this is a long map, so respawns are actually a lot more severe than other maps that are shorter. Ooh, but those are gonna be kills coming out for comp testing. They have gotten what they need, but they have to wait. That's gonna be Porky with that ink fact. Gets a shot out, but doesn't find anything with it. Big Bubbler, Trizuka, all the specials coming out for comp testing, and they now have that zone.
Yeah, Squidding Good now has a lot more time to push back in, and a lot less time they have to eat through. But they're still in the disadvantage, so we're just gonna have to see if they can get through this in time, since they do not have all the time in the world.
No, and that's gonna be a Booyah Bomb coming out on the side of Volty. Throws it in, does force the members of Squidding Good to drop it down in his own head. Ooh, the junior's somehow still alive. Porky's coming in, Gecko's coming in, trying to save teammate, but they can't in time. 2 members still down for Squidding Good. The rest, Funny is just dodging and weaving and getting out of the safety of their team. Somehow staying alive. Great team coordination, great team play to keep as many members alive as possible. As Otroop gets 1, gets 2, gets 3, and the junior goes off. Does see the final member. Prochar is on that zone. Painting from the top mid with the junior is a great play. Prochar goes in, tries to run into that bubble, tries to cause a lot of commotion, tries to cause so much space. Both teams just fighting on this zone. Neither team finding an inch.
Yeah, it's just a giant paint battle right now, because both teams know that if they go down, they're not going to have a lot of time to push back in. Volty does get that triple there, though, which is going to be disastrous for Squidding Good. We'll have to see if they can fight through this and push back through.
Ooh, as that Booyah Bomb comes out, forces more members of Squidding Good back. There is still time. The penalty is low, though. So Squidding Good doesn't get to the zone here, and now they're going to be in the red zone. Very little time left on the clock.
Yeah, they do not have much time, and they don't have an advantage just quite yet. They're going to have to push in dry here. They don't have very many specials.
Here they go. Big Bubbler, Booyah Bomb coming out. But both sides have it. Zuka's coming out on the aggressive. Now it's just going to be the junior last alive. Comp testing. They should walk away with this one. They should be good. Unless the junior can come up with a miracle, and that is not going to happen. Comp testing goes back to a comp that isn't so unfamiliar.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see what Squidding Good does now. I'm not sure if they were expecting that. They're so close to victory. All they have to do is win 1 more game. Which means that comp testing has to win 2 of their counter picks. If they play their counter picks smart, then they might be able to get this still.
Yeah, that is something very important that really showcases why counterpicking can be good. But it also can be a little bit for the viewers. It can kind of get a little bit boring because if the team doesn't win their own counterpick, you have a large mountain to climb.
Yeah. But yeah, Squidding Good is gotta be on their toes right now because comp testing is no longer joking around. They're fully serious right now. They're in it to win it. Playing the super fast machine comp, no more gimmicks, no more weird comps. They're going serious now.
They are definitely going serious. I'm gonna see. There's no restriction on how many times a mode is played in a specific set. However, a map can only be played once in a specific set. Okay. So we can go back to Splat Zones. We cannot go back to Hagglefish, Inkblot, or Hammerhead.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see if they turn this into a zones-only finals bracket, or if they choose one of the other 3 modes. Since comp testing has really wanted to play zones here, we're gonna have to see if Squidding Good follows suit and lets them do it, or if they choose something that they're gonna have a little bit more trouble with.
I think Squidding Good could actually maybe pull out a Clan Blitz. I know I might be a little bit crazy. Oh, looks like we're having a Rainmaker Eeltail game. I'm surprised. I don't think I've seen too many Rainmaker Eeltail games. So I'm very interested to see what Squidding Good has planned up their sleeve.
Yeah, this map is definitely very strange. If this map were in Splatoon 2, it would be terrible, but because there's no Stingray, because there's no armor, and because missiles are only on 3 weapons, the fact that the map is really long, it doesn't really detriment it as much as it did with Splatoon 2's map design. Because the map is nearly as long as Arowana Mall, but it feels a lot less bad to play on.
Yeah, it also doesn't have that high ground. It has high grounds, but the high grounds aren't as high as there in Arrow. We also don't have like that awkward water section.
The awkward geometry,
yeah,
those smooth ramps on Arowana were
terrifying.
Very janky. It sometimes felt like you just could not climb them, but here we are going into the 4th game of the winners final. Squidding Good 1 game away from winning. Comp testing not allowed to make any more mistakes. We'll see how this plays out. Same comps on both sides.
Ooh, yep, and that's going to be a race to the pop. So far, so good for comp testing. They have it now, and that's going to grant them a Booyah Bomb off the bat, which will actually snowball their specials even more with how Booyah Bomb functions.
Yeah, comp testing is playing so fast, but it blows up in their face as they go 2 down. And now it's pretty much just the Rainmaker left alive, gunning it for the checkpoint, and they managed to break through that checkpoint in the first 30 seconds. Squidding Good is now on their toes. If they wipe, that's game over for them.
Yeah, but this is a long map, so if they wipe deep in comp testing's base, that is okay, but it won't be great for their push. Here goes the Booyah Bomb, here goes the Junior. That's a great Ink Vac, able to protect the Rainmaker just long enough so they can get that dunk onto that pedestal. They don't have the lead because they are tied. The Rainmaker is going to be popped. Porky doesn't want to be popped in their face because if it pops, they're gone. Fury jumps in and is able to help pop that Rainmaker. Squidding Good, they should be able to grab us now and get the lead off.
Yeah, they have lead now. Now, this is a hugely fast game. We have sub-checkpoint leads on both sides, and it hasn't even been 2 minutes.
This map is long, but it can be over quite quickly, as comp testing has lost 2 of their members. Squidding Good just trying to reclaim mid at the moment, finding the last members of comp testing, but none of them are in mid. It's gonna be comp testing losing members, so they're trying to defend this Rainmaker to mid. Fury pops that Trizuka, finds one, and Char is able to live with a great squid roll.
Yeah, now we have comp testing just trying to hold mid here, trying to recover from that disadvantage that they were just in. And they do manage to get a pick on Squidding Good, and as more specials coming out, they might get 2 more picks. It's just the 96 gal left to defend this with the Ink Vac. We'll see if they can make a clutch play with this.
They go down! They go down before the Ink Vac's able to come out. That's going to be Pro Char running, but they run straight into the Junior. They get the lead, though. 1 point lead is all they need. And Funny goes down all the way in spawn. Machines are fighting in different spots. That's going to be enough distraction, though. Has the Rainmaker been popped? Yes, it has. But Volty doesn't want to go for it. Char is going to go for it before the Booyah Bomb comes out. The Ink Vac is defending the Rainmaker from Porky. Volty cannot throw that Booyah Bomb into that Rainmaker because that will be sucked up by the back. But it's gone now.
Trying to use the Booyah Bomb as a vision block yet again, but they can only squeeze 1 more measly point out of it. They're just rushing for the Rainmaker and just trying to push it through that glass choke point. 1 point at a time.
Oh, and here they go. They're going to reset the Rainmaker again. The Rainmaker will not be able... Oh, no, it did reset. They didn't grab it. I thought for sure some member of comp testing had grabbed that thing.
Yeah, but now Squidding Good is back up with 4 specials, and comp testing barely has a lead. The game is pretty much tied up right now. Whoever can make the next push wins pretty much.
That's what could happen, but there's also just under 2 minutes, which is definitely a lot of time on Rainmaker. Volty gets found out by Porky. Porky's got this ink back, but it's gonna run out before the Booyah Bomb is done. Volty goes down to the ink back shot though. That's gonna be the members of comp testing fallen left and right. Just 2 members alive. Funny's gonna be throwing that suction bomb, trying to stop the Rainmaker, but it goes down in the process. The machine's not gonna be in time. That's gonna be the lead. No, it's not. 1 point away. Squidding Good so close.
They're fighting for the pop for their lives here. They grabbed it, and they did manage to take the lead. That is almost to the other side of glass. This is going to be very awkward for comp testing to contest. They have to get nearly to the entire other side of that glass.
Oh, that's a double with it. One shot of Funny's Trizuka. Funny went off right there with that great shot. Squidding Good on the back foot now. Comp testing. They have to watch out though, because Fury's above. Don't think that Chara saw it. No, and that's gonna get 2. Fury has a great opportunity and shut down that push single-handedly.
Yeah, now all that's left is the junior just trying to fight here. Trying to just hold mid and stall out time, but they don't have all the time in the world. They have to push back in, and they only have about 40 seconds to get it done.
We have to remember, comp testing, they need this game if they want to stay alive on the winner side. If not, they're going to be sent down in the loser's bracket. Funny does find some members. The Rainmaker is in a Rainmaker free zone at the moment. Squidding Good just want to run out the clock, but they have to watch out because they're being flanked. Chara goes down. Unfortunate junior RNG. That's going to be a push started for Squidding Good, but how far do they want to push this Rainmaker? They won't be able to stall this out for the entire game.
Yeah, there's barely any time left on the clock. If they do manage to stall out the Rainmaker for the remaining time, it's going to be tight. They can't back up. They just have to survive for 5 seconds, and they win this tournament. And comp testing goes 3 down. The machine tries to get a pick on the Rainmaker, but it doesn't happen. And that's going to be winning. That's going to be Squidding Good taking the 3rd game in the winners final.
Wow, and they're going to be the ones that are going to be sitting nice and pretty in grands. Never would have guessed that with comp testing with all their team, because it's pretty much just Oro Jackson plus Pro Chara. We said it before, we'll say it again. A team that has come in here and stomped every single non-major Dapple tournament. And even in the major, they came 3rd against NA's best and a lot of Japanese teams. So it's a little bit interesting, but that's a really, really, really big props to Squidding Good to show how strong of a team they can be. But yeah, with that, we have wrapped up our winners side of the bracket. We do have a lot of teams still left in our loser side. Ooh, Spark is still alive against Shakers, and they will be going up against the winners. The winner of that will be going up against Firmament, and I believe we will be able to catch that game due to the fact that we normally join, if you hit exclamation mark bracket, we do usually join losers, like loser semis, which is losers round 8, and we don't get to see losers round 7. But I think we're going to be able to get to see losers round 7. So that's going to be exciting. An extra round for all of you. So stick around, because we'll have a round very shortly for you.
Splatoon Stronghold. A stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a getting started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you're a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and request recordings of scrims as well as participate in our captain forums and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today.
Hello, everybody, and here at Paddling Pool 185, we have a great matchup on your hands. Firmament versus Spark. I'm Genie7. In a sec. Are you ready for this bet? We're best of 3 again. Just to remind everyone, best of 3, no counter pick. We are in losers round 7. We're going to Clownlet Scorchguard. Are you ready for what these two teams are gonna kind of be playing here?
Yeah, for real. This tournament is very stacked here. We have Spark being Dude's team in losers bracket, and versus Firmament, which is who we saw fight Squidding good earlier. So we're just gonna have to see, if we'll have to see who takes this.
And honestly, going back on seeing the Squidding Good Firmament set, I was like, wow, Squidding Good's just like not usually usually these two teams are going like at it a lot more. But showing off of what Squidding Good did, and now they're sitting in grands, I'm not overly shocked to see Firmament. So I don't think they're playing as bad as we would have thought. So I think this will be a really, really tight set. But it could be over quick because it's only a best of 3.
Yeah. All right, looks like we have everybody in the lobby using Stealth Jump here. That's very exciting.
Very interesting.
It's
It's not Splatoon. It's not. It is Clownblitz. A lot of jumps will be made safer on cubbies and corners. Both teams are just trying to feel each other out before these first specials make their way down. That is going to be a kill that Cool Dude does find with that brush.
Yeah, we're seeing a brush on Spark's side, which is very interesting. I've seen brush talked about as something that could be potentially high tier, but I don't think we've ever actually seen brush.
Yeah, I don't remember Cool Dude Weapon Pool. I don't remember brush ever being in it. Must have been playing a lot with Spore in the past little bit, because that's definitely a brush player to watch out for. But now that this push has started for Spark, they got a good Spark all the way down to 68, but the follow-up clams haven't all been there. More clams are starting to make their way down into the basket from that brush. But now this push should be signified as done as Falco and the machine make their way out with that Booyah Bomb to defend this basket.
Yeah, Spark is still 3 down though, so they're gonna have to defend this with an Ink Strike. We have a Dude on the splatter shot, trying to get those shots out, trying to find a pick, but it doesn't happen. And he does get killed by a Fizzy Bomb, but the machine does end up dying to his teammate. So it works out in the end.
Cool Dude does find a power climb, is going to pass it off, wanting to keep that brush pretty darn stealthy. Express is just looking out with this machine to follow up with that killer whale. Lamonk able to dodge and weave through it. Alchemy on this 52 has gone on the right, but the rest of members are Spark are just kind of scattered throughout mid. Firmament on kind of the defense, especially when they have 3 make that 4 members down. That's going to be Spark's great opportunity to extend their lead.
Yeah, we have a score going here, and they have a lot of clams, especially with that brush. They're going to have a crazy clam economy. But they do end up going 3 down, so it doesn't matter. We just have a 52 guy now trying to fight here in this plat.
And that's going to be an effective wipe out. This should be Firmament
trying
definitely.
to see what's going to happen here. And they end up going down as well.
They're going to be making their way through mid to get a lot of clams. 21 is a lot of clams, and that's going to be a great triple Ink Strike along with a Trizuka and a Booyah Bomb. Booyah Bomb put onto the basket. Dude does fall. It's just going to be Cool Dude left alive, and that's going to be a wipeout. Firmament, they have a lot of clams, but they won't have enough clams to get the lead out of this. They need to get some more. Falco is pressuring the rest of the members of Spark out of their spawn, keeping them in the defensive position. That's going to be some trades coming out and around. Not enough clams to get what they need, but Lamonk is coming around from the side with some more clams at the end and gets all the way down to 26. Perfect wipeout for Spark, but a lead given up. Firmament now in control of this game. Spark, they've got some progress being made right now, but Dude has fallen. Espresso is going to be pinched out between 2 sloshers, forces a jump out, and 2 power clams. The 2 power clams from Spark are going to be put onto the defensive position. Dude has jumped back in with that stealth jump. And now here comes the push. Lots of fights going on in mid. Falco gets 1. Falco's looking to get some more damage down. The Cool Dude has fallen from Spark. And now, it's going to be tight because both teams are just so scrappy in mid. I'm wondering what Spark's game plan is going to be here. Losing 2 members is going to make it difficult for them to really get a push off. But they need to be a little bit more coordinated almost, because they're taking 1v1s and not necessarily winning them. And that's good for Firmament because they're the ones with the lead. Going to be pushing in with Falco's triple ink strike, followed by that Trizuka. Firmament, they're going to get another power climb into this basket and continue to whittle away at their penalty.
Yeah, this is a very tight lead right now. So we're just gonna have to see if they can hold this lead.
They have Spark does have a pity and a extra power climb at their ready. It should grant them enough to get the lead, but they will have to grab that one climb that's on the ground. I don't think anyone has. Yes, they have. Luckily, they have grabbed that extra climb. Specials have come out from Spark. They need to get some more specials out if they want to really have a solid push.
Yeah, they only need a ball and a couple of clams, so this is going to be really close, but they only have about 30 seconds to get it. They do go 2 down, but so does Firmament. They're going to need to go on a rescue mission to get that ball.
Falco gets 3. That's going to be talking me. Having to have this power. Needs to stay alive for their team to get in here. Cool Dude does get in, but not in time. Dude's going to have to get that power. Cool Dude gets the brush to the basket, but Dude falls down to the suction bomb around a wall. And now that's just going to be a Express left alone. No time left. And I believe Express just says, you know what? We're going to go into the next game.
Yep.
Well, welcome back. How are you doing?
My internet went out in the middle of that game a little bit, but we should be fine.
It happens. It's all fun. We're professional esports, by the way, here at Dapple Productions. Yep. It was a solid game from both teams. Came down to 2 points really, and really a hero play from Lamonk.
I was gone for about a minute, and I came back, and the lead had completely switched.
It was a nice run across the grates with 3 clams, threw them in, got just enough.
Wow. Yeah.
But spot zones on Eel Tail is our next game.
It goes to show how fast this game is.
Do you like spot zones? Do you think the zone is too big, or is it just the right size?
I think the zone is definitely big, but I don't know if that's a bad thing. It's definitely different. You have to play around it differently. It's not as bad as Scorched Gorge, where that might be the zone's a little bit too big. It's about the size of Kansas and about the shape too, if I remember geography right.
Yo.
But it's not that big, so it can be painted over fairly easily. You just have to play a lot more for picks and a lot less for paint, because you can't really win a paint battle on that zone. You just can't flip the tide.
Tell that reflex, and then say you can't win a paint battle on that zone. But yeah, if you don't have a weapon that's the outputs paint at a absurd amount, you really do have to win it just outright. With picks. Only really Junior. I find Junior's really strong here because you want to keep the chargers are strong here. I find. You want to keep your charger kind of protected with the bubbler, or your front line protected with that bubbler, or yourself as a junior to keep good paint down on there. But it's really about bridge control. There's 2 major choke points, and it's just one choke point mirrored on either side of the map. Whoever has control of that kind of controls the game.
Yeah, Illtail is definitely a map of choke points. There are lots of little places you have to hold and lock out, which can make locking out not quite trivial, but definitely a different game of more holding a little bit further back, trying to just keep those choke points and not really trying to push up into their spawn.
I'm interested to see if Cool Dude's gonna come out with this brush again. See if no, Johnny got subbed in. Cool Dude is out. That's gonna be a little bit of a change for Spark, and expecting to see Johnny on that junior. Ooh, surprise.
We have quad frontline from each side, the longest range weapon in the game being the bucket. And yet again, stealth jump on basically everyone besides the junior.
Machines in the Fizzy Bomb will be the longest range things, other than, of course, Killer Whale, which has infinite range.
Yep.
Ooh, that's gonna be Firmament losing their junior, and losing your painting weapon is not very great at the beginning. And with your shot being stuck in a corner, that's also gonna cause a lot of chaos. This is gonna be good for Spark. They should be able to get a lot of points back up early with the zone.
They, right now, they really just have to try and slosh up onto that top mid part, and they're gonna hold control pretty easily. It seems that they're kind of staying back in the zone, like we said earlier, just trying to really hold that one choke point, and trying to lock down top mid as well, that bridge. But we do have Booyah Bombs coming out. But they don't really reach the zone, but we do just have more displacement specials coming out. Trying to just get them out of zone, move it a little bit, and start chipping away at the paint in the massive zone.
This is dangerous for El Firmament. They can't fall here. If they fall here, there's very little time to even get back in. This map is long, and the respawns are punishing. So this is good. Everyone has to jump to Fury. That's the only way that they're going to be able to get in here. This map is, the zone is too big.
Yeah,
Members
they
have
don't
fallen.
have a lot of time.
They've neutralized it.
Stop the paint at
Hold
one.
on, it's gonna be Dude. Dude has
It's
to
a
go in
painting
1v2.
battle.
Can Dude get this? Dude's gonna back off for a bit and let their team respawn. Smart play by Dude, but Dude says no. I'm gonna fight this anyway. A little bit of a questionable play there.
And now we have El Firmament starting from 100, and they have to bring it to a KO, or else they'll lose the game.
Did you
So
agree with
Spark-
Dude's play there to kind of back off and then go in when the zone had been lost?
That might have been worth it. It seemed that he was trying to play for time and play for a little bit of extra paint, but I'm not sure how good of a play that is when you don't have control of the zone. Because you're just giving time to the other team. But they do manage to get a pick on El Firmament.
They have, and that's going to be good. Another member has fallen, 2 gone. That should be a zone flip, and it is. Great. Dude's able to help express in the last little kills there, allowing Spark to get the zone and apply a massive penalty to El Firmament.
Yeah, Spark is going to be holding this zone absolutely desperately. Because if they lose this zone, and if they can't get back in before the KO, then they're out of the tournament. So they are holding on for dear life in the most literal sense. Popping that Booyah just to try and stall for a little bit more precious time. They don't need a lot more. But the triple ink strike does come onto the zone and neutralize it, which is going to pause their time. Now it's just a painting battle for the zone, but they do end up losing it.
That's going to be Takumi stuck on a corner splash wall. Doesn't find anything other than a trip back to the respawn kettle. And that's El Firmament. Great job from them. They're able to get back in the zone. They've got a lot of work to do, but it only really is 2 team fight wins. Which, when you say it like that, doesn't seem too difficult.
Yeah, Spark really has to get in now and win this team fight, or else they're not going to have anything to get back into it, and they're going to be out of the tournament.
Here comes that fight. Falco does find Johnny inside the bubbler. Does see Dude as well, takes Dude out as well. Falco's going crazy. Does see another member, the last member of Spark, but gets a nice trade, and that's going to be Spark. They have no time. They've got no respawns. No one should be able to get to the zone, and I believe El Firmament is going to be locking away and locking up this set and series.
Dang, yeah. That was definitely a surprise for me, because I was expecting Spark to do a lot better there. But El Firmament is just cracked out of their minds here, showing them, hey, we're here too. We exist.
Yeah, that's great for El Firmament, coming back with a nice bounce back, because we saw them last time they played. They played last time on stream, and they've been waiting that entire time to play a game since we last saw them on stream. So, nice bounce back, because they had all that time to sit and wait and stew about their 3-0, and they said, you know what? We're going to bounce back with our own 2-0.
Yes, indeed, and that was very close for Spark. They were 1 point away from victory, and they had it stolen from them. And El Firmament managed to turn that back around into a KO.
Yeah, and we won't. I believe we will be going to a quick break. It will have to be very quick, because we are still in El Firmament's lobby. So yeah, if I'm gonna say it's gonna be a minute break, I'm probably not lying. We'll see you then.
Splatoon Stronghold, a stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a getting started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you're a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and request recordings of scrims as well as participate in our captain forums and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today.
Here we are, paddling pool 185. I am Genie7. Joined by how did I do this? Asect. Thank you. There we go.
Yep.
Sec, how are you doing?
Good. Yeah, we're heading to losers semifinals, and we have counterpicks going on here, getting a little bit more serious. Still doing best of 3 though, in the sake of time, since Squidding Good is still sitting waiting for these matches to go, and we still have another set. So these guys, they're gonna get pretty cold. So that's an extra thing you got to work with here.
This is going to be a best of 3. We have these are the top 4 teams in the tournament. Team that loses this is 4th. We've got KARIM Legoat and El Firmament. These 2 teams are two pretty strong teams. El Firmament, we've seen a lot more on stream today. We've been able to stream quite a few of their actually I believe 4 of their matches have been on stream today, which is honestly insane for a team that didn't make winners finals or grands yet. I don't think I've ever seen that happen before.
Yeah, I've never even heard of El Firmament, and they're competing with players like with players like that FCB2 Dude and Prochara. So we've got some pretty underdog teams here.
El Firmament is not so much a super underdog team when it comes to EU. I'm gonna be straight up. Honest with you. They are a good, strong team, and in their prime were definitely one of the top dogs in Europe, behind teams like Kraken Paradise and Olive.
I'm definitely not as familiar with the European scene, so we'll have to just see how this plays out.
Yes, we will, as we are just waiting for this room to be up in this amazing losers round 8. We've had a lot of teams. A 32 team weekly for paddling pool is really, really, really good, showing that teams are ready and excited, especially coming off of that hype wave of 20XX.
Yeah, especially just with the new game still being out, like the comp scene is just continuing to grow like exponentially. It's pretty insane to think about.
And we are ready. Splatzone's Under 2 will be our first game. These 2 teams are ready. I believe they kind of know what they're going to be rocking with, because you've made it all the way. You're top 4 of a 32 team tournament. You've made it a long way. I know both these teams aren't ready to go home quite yet.
Mm-hmm. So we're just gonna have to see, because one of them has to. So it's gonna be a battle between who gets to stay and who has to go.
Question: how many machines do you think we see on Splatoon's Undertow? For the entire map, not per side.
Entire map, 3 minimum, I would say.
3 minimum? Okay, I was gonna say I'll take the under on that. I'll take 2.
We might see 5. I think 3 to 5 is my guess.
3 to 5. I think
2.
I'm losing. This. Yep,
we have 3.
We've got 3. Bum-ba-da-dum. Welcome. And we also have missiles. Look at that. Everything checked off. Thanks, Gateway.
Alright, looks like we have 6 stealth jumps as well. It's at least a fun meta. More fun than armor meta.
It's a different meta. And I like it because it doesn't feel as stale. Because there's actual counterplay in it as well. But right now, both teams are kind of just scrapping it out. Somehow, some way. Firmament's able to come out on top, even though they have traded members down equally, as I say that. KARIM has gotten the numbers advantage, but the jumps are coming in, and they're going to continue to get these zones. These zones are very small, so they can be neutralized quite quickly.
Yeah, these zones are definitely very back and forth. We might see a bit of a longer game here, since you don't have as much momentum with this. But both teams do go 2 down. But it's still anyone's game. They can still contest the zone since they're so small and hold it neutral until the team comes back in. Definitely polar opposite of what we saw just in the last set with the massive zone.
It feels almost like OG, like Port or Morang. The zones weren't super massive. On those were bigger, but they were so much further apart, so you could never really get lots of points. And if you were racking up points, you were racking them up really quickly. So, like El Firmament is doing now.
Yep, we got a Booyah Bomb coming out, and a jump out forcing a jump out on KARIM Legoat, meaning that it's still technically 3-3. with KARIM the GOAT trying to push back in here.
They're trying to push back in. Here come their specials. Not looking super great for the zones because nothing has really happened. They lose their charger, they lose their machine. That's going to be difficult. They don't have too much time left on these clocks, especially with the wipeout coming through. One push is all they have. What specials do you think they need to get through?
I don't think they have time for specials. I think they have to just push this raw. All they can really do is push back in and hope to get a pick. They do have an Inkvac, though, at the ready, so that might be able to turn the tide and hold one of the zones.
They're able to hold it for a little bit, get 1 kill, get 2 kills, but that's going to be wipeout and no penalties applied. So Firmament walks away with this crucial game 1 in a best of 3.
Yep, now all they have to do is win one of KARIM's counterpicks.
They only have a chance to counterpick once. If they lose their own counterpick, the goats are gone. I'm interested. I'm definitely interested because the map 1 is kind of preset. We don't normally see best of 3s with counterpicking. That's not something.
It is.
That's not something that we normally have to talk about or consider.
Because it really is a bit of a mix-up. It's a pretty nice change, but it is a little bit strange why it was counterpicks. But we'll just have to see how it plays out.
And I can't get enough information from I can't get enough information. Like if I was like shot calling on one of these teams, I wouldn't really have enough information to see, hey, I want to take them this map because I don't really know what they've played yet. In a like a best of 5 or something like that, you get to see at least 2 maps before you're like up against the ropes or that. So you get to at least have one try. And if they try a map here that that doesn't work out for them, that's it. They're done. Go home. Sleep time.
Yeah, and it is definitely very interesting. They only have 1 game to go off of to decide their counterpick, and they have to win it. And if they don't win it, they're out. But if they do win it, then they have to win one of Firmament's counterpicks too. And Firmament has 2 games of knowledge to go off of their counterpick, so they're really fighting an uphill battle here.
Mm-hmm. The other thing is they're gonna have to face comp testing in the losers finals after this. So both these teams, I have faith that both these teams are ready and they have maps that they've seen that have been strong. I believe I don't know if the teams realize that there is counterpicking right now. I think now that we realize that, Falco is swapping around some maps because it's not. I don't think these losers finals, as we are just kind of chilling out and having a good time. I think all the teams that have like entered this tournament, it's great to see a weekly with so many teams. And if you want to join, you definitely have to follow Dapple on Twitch and to watch the tournaments, and on Twitter to keep updated with when our tournaments are going to be happening. And join the Discord, because joining the Discord is really how you get to sign up for tournaments.
And it looks like we have Sturgeon Tower Control. Blast of the Past in Splatoon 2. This was a decently run map mode, so we're going to have to see how it plays out in the new game, whether they can use all that information they have about how it worked in 2 and move that into how it works in 3, or if it's completely different.
Joke time. It's completely different. It's not the same map. Absolutely not the same. Why? No custom jet, no heavy, no stingray, just it's a completely different map. When you don't have stingray on this Sturgeon Tower Control, the splat chargers in that game with that bomb stingray, so much different. Why? Because the tower doesn't feel like it's impossible to push the tower.
Except with all of the blasters and machines we're seeing in the meta nowadays, there is a lot more AoE on tower, so it's definitely a very interesting pick. There's also counterplay of stuff like Big Bubbler, Crab Tank, even Tacticooler, all supplying shields to the tower. So it's definitely it's a strange battle. It can be a bit of a mess at times, but it can also be very fun.
This map can also be very quick because the checkpoints are very far from the spawn, and that's something I believe should be changing in the future of this map, because this map has not had, overall from the comp community, haven't had as much positive feedback for this version of Sturgeon's tower control. We will be seeing Firmament sticking with their comp that they have been running, but swapping Falco from the one slot, from regular slosher to sloshing machine.
Yep, we still have 3 sloshers, 3 sloshing machines in this game.
Oh yeah, he played it last game, that's right. I'm thinking about Spark games. So we've seen so many Firmament games.
Yeah, we really have. Speaking of Firmament, they just went 2 down, and KARIM Goat is going to get a push on tower going. They don't have a big bubbler or anything to protect tower, but they do have that ink vac, which might be able to force a checkpoint if they play it right.
If they play it right, is exactly what you mean. Because if you from the front, ink vac is impenetrable, very hard to get through. From the back, it is a free kill.
Yeah, really. But they don't even get a chance to use it. They push the tower maybe a little bit too far and get punished for it. And all that's left is this machine sharking in their spawn, trying to hide. But it looks like they have been found, and immediately everybody turns around to fight them. They do manage to get the jump out, though, headed back with their team. Not jumping out to spawn, but jumping back to their team. That's a very important play that you should learn to do.
Yeah, and that's AP6 falling underneath the tower. Firmament should be able to get some more points down onto this tower. And they should start marching their way down to this first checkpoint. They don't have Big Bubbler quite ready. They have Trizuka. And that should allow them a lot of space, especially if it gets help.
Yeah, but so far these machines are just really trying to pressure KARIM Goat out of here. With the 2 of them can really hold control of that area, especially with all the thin walls. They can even shoot through them.
Oh, and that's 3 down. 3 down with a Bui Bomb. Warlock is being forced all the way back. Getways is rolling his tower. Should be able to get lead in all the way second and final checkpoint of this map. Bui Bomb's going to be coming out. Firmament has a lot of specials coming up. That Big Bubbler is at the ready. Trizuka has been popped. Here they go. Firmament, they're running it down. If they win this now, they're in to win losers finals. HP6 is the last one. No, the Charger can't get anything done in Firmament. They're going to be marching their way into losers finals.
Yeah, not even letting KARIM get a word in on that. Just completely sweeping them.
Great job.
So we're gonna have to see how they do against comp testing. They might be more on their toes now, suffering that loss. They might end up going to a more normal comp, or we might see their double Wavebreaker comp again coming out. We'll just have to see.
It is a best of 5 for our next set, so they should have a little bit more. They definitely have more room to wiggle around with their comp, but it is counter picking, so they don't want to wiggle too much. I think are you good just to talk through this break, because we've I believe that the teams will be ready and quickly, because ProChar likes to join those lobbies really darn quickly.
Yeah, especially since we're just at this point it's just games back to back to back. Pretty much everything's just waiting on these guys getting through this ASAP, since there's just so many more matches to fight in losers brackets.
There are, and they as best of 3s go, they kind of can go quite quickly if they're 2-0, especially that tower control game. It was pretty neutral. Team kind of pushed here and there, and then Firmament, as soon as they got that first checkpoint, the game was kind of over. They snowballed with their Booyah bombs and were able to really just kind of march their way down mid.
Yeah, sometimes counter pick best of 3s can go very, very quickly, but sometimes it can also feel like they just drag on forever. Especially in something like Low Ink, which is consisted of almost entirely best of 3s. It sometimes feels like that those best of 3s last so much longer than
They are play all 3s. I'm going to point that out.
They are play all 3s.
Which is guaranteed to make them last longer. Due to the fact that you have to play all 3.
Yeah, I did forget to take that into account.
Yeah.
But
because no matter, like, you think about a 2-1. A 2-1 could be a 2-0 that turns into a 2-1. A 2-0 here in a best of 3 instead of a play all 3 is a 2-0, not including the 2-1s that the team that lost the first 2 games won the third game. Not including the 3-0s, which are also quick. Can be quick.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
It really just depends on how fast the games go, though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think because we don't really have maps to talk about besides map number 1. I'm gonna check to see what that is. I forget where did I put the map list?
It's
got-
right here on the stream.
Oh,
Looks
it
like we
is?
got Zones Mako-Mart, which is going to
Ooh.
be fairly favorable for our double wave breaker comp here. So we're gonna have to see if they pull it out again, or if they're saying nope, no chances. We're going full on safe comp, something that we know works.
Awesome. That is something that we have to watch out because as testing comps is a pickup, Prochara and Oro and 3 members of Oro Jackson. Are they going to go for pride or are they going to go for knowledge? Or can you make pride happen while being very learning a lot?
Yeah, we're gonna have to see if they can make their double wave breaker comp work.
From testing comps. That's
yeah.
the biggest question. Can they learn? I don't know. We'll see. It's a lot of questions that we won't know the answer to until it happens.
Will they stick true to their name and keep testing comps, or will they give in and run the machine comp?
Yeah, that's the second $1 million question. Second $1 million question of the day. Speaking of $1 million, has merch given you anything that you've ordered yet, or have you been unlucky? Because I got lucky today.
I haven't really ordered much. The only thing I ordered was something that had stealth jump, and it had stealth jump as its natural ability.
Oh.
And I've been looking for more stealth jump shoes because those shoes are not very. They don't work very well with the kind of gear I want to run. And I also managed to roll a natural just 3 subs of intensify action on them, so I really don't want to scrub them since that's a fairly useful shoe. So
Yeah.
I might end up giving in and just manually putting stealth jump on a shoe that I like.
Well, I was gonna say manually putting something stealth jump on a shoe that you like is very, very safe. Last ditch effort currently, and Ninja Squid. We have no idea what the future holds for nerfing them. They might be safe investments, but we will never know with what Nintendo wants to patch. Stealth jump, I think it's balanced because it's supposed to make you stealthy, but its range of being able to be seen, like your jump, I think it's fair because you want to hide from chargers, but not really you won't be able to hide from frontliners. So I think that's a safe. If you find a shoe that you really like, I would definitely put stealth jump on that.
Yeah, especially because I'm planning on making a shoe with 2 subs of swim speed and 1 sub of quick super jump with stealth jump, and I keep building builds and it keeps just going on every single one of them. But I've been hesitant to put last ditch effort on any of my builds because, I mean, the mid-season patch is in theory coming in probably about a week, if they're actually giving the patch at the exact midpoint of the season.
Oh, we're not even at the midpoint of the season yet?
We're nearly a month and a half into it, so we're really close to the midpoint of the season. And they did say they're going to put a balance patch out at the middle of the season. And so, are they going to nerf last ditch effort in a week? Are they going to nerf it in a month and a half? Or are they never going to nerf it?
Yo, I'm playing Reflex. Nobody join solo queue tonight. I'm playing tomorrow. I'm playing Reflex. I'm not playing tonight. I got to do homework.
Yeah, I'm hoping for a missile nerf in the mid-season patch. We'll just see how judicious they are with that patch, since it's so early into the game.
I don't want them to take my painting power away. I just want them to take missiles out of the game. Give me crab tank instead. Imagine a weapon that farms 1 million crab tanks. That would be fun.
If Nintendo actually removed tennis missiles from the game, I think that would be one of the most unprecedented things they've ever done.
I will fly to Nogami's house and shake his hand. Speaking of flying, time flies when you're having fun. Here we are, comp testing, Firmament, losers finals, paddling pool 185. Here we go on a map mode combination that any Splatoon 2 fan is not unfamiliar with.
Yep, Mako zones. And these 2 teams are both in it to win it here. Not even to win it, they're both in it to survive. The team that gets knocked out here gets knocked out of the tournament. So close to victory, so we'll have to see what happens. It's just starting off with a paint battle on the zone though. Both teams having lots of paint. It looks like comp testing is going for their signature double wave breaker comp, but both their wave breaker users go down, and it's just the machine and the dually squelchers left to fight it.
And the junior doesn't win that one, so that's gonna be the zones being able to secured by comp testing, allowing themselves to really lock this down. I'm loving the heavy spotting pick on this map. It allows you to kind of have a lot more of a mobile anchor on this.
Yeah, and now that comp testing has control of the zone and they're holding control of the zone, they're in a much better position now. That wave breaker's coming out, it's gonna hold it for a bit longer, and they probably have time to chain it with another wave breaker right after. They might be able to continuously chain these if they play it right.
They might be, but right now they're on the back foot. They don't have the zone. Volti's able to find one exactly. Sees another member of Firmament, finds them, and have some help from their team to take this down. Calm testing, they're going to really be able to lock this down now. Promenado on that heavy, really showing where good positioning is for that weapon.
Yeah, another wave breaker going out. A more aggressive one, holding their spawn, catching the junior off guard, tagging them, and they immediately just get all of the bombs in the world checked at them. Because in this game, knowing where someone is very powerful.
That's both wave breakers down and lots of members falling from both sides, but more for Firmament, especially now that is a wipeout. They have one last chance. This map is short, so there is a possibility for them to get in here.
Yeah, they really just have to last-ditch effort, paint the zone as fast as they can, get into it, and try and neutralize it. They're not going to have much time. It's down to the wire, and they don't manage to get it.
They kind of just had to run for it, but they played a little bit too safe and tried to check all the angles before they went in, and because they checked the angles, you kind of have to just in those moments you just kind of have to run for zone. But that's going to be comp testing coming out with a double wave breaker win, the first double wave breaker win that we've had on stream.
Yeah, very interesting comp. It worked out in their favor since they capped zone early. And they really just had all the tools in the world to hold that and lock them out, which is what we saw.
Yeah, I love the heavy. I haven't seen too much heavy gameplay in Splat 3 as much as I'd hoped. It is a good weapon, but when E-Leader is strong, Spotlings will never be strong. That's the problem.
And if I'm not mistaken, you do play heavy, right?
10 mil lifetime paint on that thing between 3 games.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. I played a lot of H3 in Splatoon 2, so I'm also feeling the new game pain. I had about 2 million turf on that, and it's pretty irrelevant now. It's still very fun in solo queue. You can spam Tactic Cooler out of your mind with it.
It is
very fun.
It is fun. What is fun is these teams have their counter picks ready. Oh my goodness. It is Undertow tower control.
Oh, we are going to see so many machines here. I can just tell that Firmament picked that so they could run their double machine comp and just use that AoE to get the better of comp testing. So we're going to have to see if comp testing gives in and starts running more machines or sticks strong with their double wavebreaker comp, because there are some pretty cheesy wavebreaker spots in this map. Since there's just so much unique geometry. There's even a little ledge that seems like it's intentionally made for you to put a wavebreaker there, and it covers all of glass. You can even see it in the thumbnail.
Wait, are you talking about the one that's like up high?
Yeah, the up high part. The up high part that you can't actually get to, but you can put a wavebreaker there.
Oh, that's hilarious.
You can see it. It's pretty much right in the middle of the thumbnail on stream.
Yep. Yeah, I can see it. It's just chilling there.
Definitely favorite wavebreaker spot.
Does that hit like does that hit zone, or is that too high? It probably is too high for zone.
I think it might hit zone. I'm not sure.
Oh, if that hits zone, I'm using that. 100%.
But we're heading back into it.
I don't know. I don't know if we'll see more than one wavebreaker, because we don't even see one, because this is tower control, and tower control is known to be not the best wavebreaker map.
Yep, we have 7 self jumps again. The Charger's the only one without it. The Charger's running Object Shredder, supposed probably to shut those Booyah Bombs down. And one of the machines already gets picked off, with the Junior going on the tower, popping the big bubbler, forcing that checkpoint and breaking through it.
Yeah, and that's going to be allowing comp testing to just get some more space that they need. They got through that first checkpoint, which is a little more than just a speed bump. But a speed bump, if they were able to get a wipe now, that second checkpoint would be falling.
Yeah. Speaking of falling, their charger goes down, leaving them in a 3v4. But they can still hold this if they try their best. But yet again, the big bubbler goes out to force this checkpoint. In the comp testing just lets them because that checkpoint isn't very valuable.
It is a speed bump, but you're right, it isn't very valuable. Wipeout coming. You should allow them to speed this tower all the way to second. And you see the members of Firmament they're going to their own right side to try and defend that second checkpoint. So smart, but they get taken out by the Trizuka shot already from Funny. Funny, almost gets stuck with the long shot. And now Getway's going to be trying to force the charger off this tower with bombs, gets sucked up, and gets a Booyah Bomb thrown straight at their face. The second checkpoint is gone.
Yep, and we have a big bubbler to continue forcing the tower. This is what I was talking about. There's so much shielding. There's so much shielding the tower in this game. So you really just have to play around that and work through it and get that pressure on
double.
tower.
Big double,
Funny gets a double with one shot, ending the game and knocking Firmament out of the tournament.
No, not yet. Best of 5 here. We've got
Best of
one
5.
more chance. Firmament, they really have to find a map that comp testing really, that was Firmament's counter pick, and comp testing ran away with it. There was very little answers from Firmament.
That blew up in their face. I was still in best of 3 mode. That's my bad. So Firmament just cannot make a single more mistake. We're gonna have to see if they can get the 3 wins that they need, or if they're gonna falter at all, because they cannot afford to.
We will see very shortly, as I believe we might be. The teams are thinking. Falco's, we gotta talk it over with the team. This is important. You want to go to that Grands. You want to go to that Grands on the loser side. It's weird because second place, third place in a double elimination tournament doesn't feel as good as second place. But normally in like team sports with like that are single elim, third feels better than second because you know. With third, you at least won the third place match. You got to win for your last game. But double elimination, third doesn't have that satisfaction. You lost to that second place team.
Yeah. And so we're going to be... Firmament has got to be thinking so hard right now because their counter pick completely blew up in their face and now they cannot lose. They have to win their counter pick and then also 2 more counter picks from comp testing side.
And that's dangerous because that can be splat zones. We won't be going directly to splat zones, a map that we've played already. We can just continue to go back to splat zones if comp testing want that. But we are going to be having Rainmaker on Hagglefish Market. This map feels almost like a Splatoon like 2 Rainmaker map at how fast it can end.
Yeah, it can end crazy fast if you're not careful, even with the checkpoint. The checkpoint is in a bit of an awkward spot to defend, so you're gonna have to defend it from some kind of strange angles. Like on glass, you could defend it from there, but it might be weird.
The thing that we have to mention, if you haven't played Rainmaker Hagglefish, is there's the tarp and the ramp that if you're pushing from mid, there's the tarp on the left and the ramp on the right and the pedestal in the middle, and there's a far left pedestal that nobody even looks at. But the pedestal in the middle, if you get the Rainmaker and you land it on there and you get through it, if you pop that Rainmaker again and it's painted that entire pedestal, you can swim on that pedestal, grab that Rainmaker, and jump over the ramp, and you don't have to even worry about tarp or anything else. And it's a really, really, really fast point jump, and it's quite simple to do if nobody's painting your feet. That is, if nobody's painting your feet.
In that other checkpoint that you were talking about reminds me a bit of the Anchovy games from Splatoon 2 with the Rainmaker meme push on the piston. But we do get Firmament having the pop. They get an early mid advantage, but comp testing goes for a double flank, which ends up disastrously. They go 2 down to the machine.
And Jet Squelcher, that's not a pick I would have expected.
Yeah, we also
angle shooter plus back.
We also see a Tacticooler coming out. And so this is going to be a very unique playstyle. They're going to be playing very fast, trying to get the best of their double machine comp before they can get the hold on them and bring them back. And
both teams just kind of fighting mid, and that Rainmaker is looking to be popped for one side, and comp testing, they do have it. Ulti popping that Booyah Bomb. Now, Promino is going to be grabbing that Rainmaker. But do you want your Inkvac user to grab the Rainmaker? No, not necessarily. Falco comes around from behind, gets 3. Can Falco get the 4th? No, but is watching the 4th and knowing exactly where they're going. Sometimes the ace isn't needed.
Yeah, the machine got 3 there and denied that Tacticooler its use. That was unfortunate. That was kind of tragic for the NSAP.
Ooh, now Rainmaker should be popped for Firmament side. The pedestal has been painted from one side, so just Funny. Can Funny stop the Rainmaker? No, they have been able to kill them, so they spotted them, so they won't be able to go for that jump unless Firmament somehow comes over the top, which they don't.
Firmament does have jumps coming back in, and they do have a temporary advantage in terms of members up, but they do end up going 2 down.
2 down indeed, and that's gonna be Chara. Chara on this zap this time, grabbing the Rainmaker with that extra speed, going in with the Trizuka, but the Trizuka falls. Funny falls. From now does have that back, protecting Rainmaker to go onto that pedestal. They're falling in the process. Chara wants to get this pop, but no members are alive with them. Funny's jumping in, and that respawn will go down. Chara last left alive. Comp testing. You're gonna have to reset.
Yeah, and the zap is almost close to that Tacticooler again, and it just wore off. Tacticooler is kind of an insane special, and it would be insane, but the meta is just not there for it. The Ninja Squid information-based meta just is not great for Tacticooler.
No, it is not. It's unfortunate. You know what? That's something for next meta. That's what always makes Splatoon fun.
Tacticooler's time to shine will come eventually. We see ProChard popping the cooler, but then not actually grabbing it, stalling out the grab to try and just extend that time.
Ooh, and they're gonna go for the leap. They get the leap of the Rainmaker.
Firmament is not in a position to defend that.
Wow, that was crazy. All the way down to 5. That's how fast this map can go. Rainmaker went for the leap, got up there. Char with that Tacticooler buff, able to run all the way down to 5. And now Firmament, they're down in the dumps.
Yeah, Firmament blinked. And they lose Rainmaker at their own spawn. This is terrible for Firmament. If they don't get pop here, then they might end up losing this right here, right now. But we're just gonna have to see what happens. They do go 1 down. The Booyah Bomb comes out, but they do end up dying for it. Another goes down. It's just the machine left to defend this Rainmaker. If the machine goes down, that's game over. And they're out of the tournament officially. Inkvac comes out and they try to go up the pedestal, but they can't get the dunk.
They can't, and that's going to be the pop, being able to take out Funny. Firmament, they're holding on, just barely. 3 is devastating. 1 minute, just over a minute left, and the Getaway's going to be resetting that Rainmaker. Gets Pro Chara is a nice little send-off for the reset.
Yeah. But there still is a machine behind them, and the machine gets a couple of picks. And it's just pure chaos right now. Like, the sides have switched.
The sides have swapped, but comp testing is still going on their way. ProChar is just running that Rainmaker down. Gets the Inkvac support that they need to really be able to run forward with this. Has to watch out for the bomb. Does fall to that, but that is okay. Defending the Rainmaker by holding an enemy team spawn is the best way.
Yeah, they try to make that run for it, but it doesn't really work out, and they get caught out for it. The flank also gets caught out, and now they're in a bit of an awkward spot where they have 2 members alive against 3 people, and they have to fight for pop here.
The pop. There's not much time left on the clock for Firmament. They have to get not just the Rainmaker from where it's currently sitting, where Chara is just hunting it down, but they have to go paint mid, then they have to paint kind of spawn, and all the way down to 2. 3 won't be good enough. They almost need a knockout of this, and here goes overtime.
Yup, and they're currently eating away their own time sitting in this Rainmaker free zone.
I don't think they even have enough time to get across the map.
Time for the enemy team.
Oh, Char's not even getting the kill. Char's not even going for it. The disrespect.
They don't have time. The disrespect. The Squid Party at the end. They knew they were out of the game the moment that overtime bell hit, and they were stuck on that glass. That is a send-off if I've ever seen it. That was kind of dirty almost, not even going for the kill, letting the Rainmaker self-destruct in their face.
That's hilarious. I would have loved if like the Rainmaker had somehow like Getway had enough time to just run all the way down to knock it out. But that's still absolutely hilarious. Chara getting some silly laughs, some silly giggles off that one. And wow, Firmament, they had a great run, but comp testing, they want to take on Squidding Good again for that winners finals rematch.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see if they can compete. If they did manage to take a game off of Squidding Good, and Squidding Good has been sitting this entire time getting cold. So we're gonna have to see if they can keep up with comp testing, who has been continuously battling and getting back warmed up, back in the groove.
Yeah, as we wait for these teams to get ready, we will send you on a quick break just to refill your water, get a quick snack. Don't go anywhere because these teams will be ready for Grams just after these ads.
Splatoon Stronghold. A stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a getting started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you're a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and request recordings of scrims as well as participate in our captain forums and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Paddling Pool 185. We are here. Sect, where are we?
We are in the winners finals here. Best of 5 to see who gets the win. We're fighting. We have two teams here fighting each other. Both of them have had very good performances today. And this is actually the rematch. We saw this exact same matchup just a while ago.
Just a while ago, like almost an hour ago, it feels like.
Yeah, comp testing got knocked back down into the losers bracket, but now they're back here, fighting for one last chance at the win. but Squidding Good has beat them before. The question is, will they keep up their comp testing, playing their unorthodox comps, or will they default to the meta comps to try and get this tournament in the bag?
Here's the thing right now. They've been playing Wavebreaker. An E-Leader on Museum to Alfonsino Splat Zones is a really, really good pick. Honestly, if you're not playing it, you're going to have a big disadvantage against a team that is. So playing the Wavebreaker in the fact of in the fashion of an E-Leader is actually, I think, a really smart choice. But not playing double Wavebreaker is also a smart choice.
We only see one Wavebreaker, but both sides have an E-Leader, following through with what you were just saying. So we're going to have to see how this plays out. Both teams are running the same comp, actually.
Oh, and losing your charger first. That's terrible for Squidding Good. And they're losing most of their members, and the points are racking up comp testing, allowing themselves to get specials and a lot of paint. And there's these zones. Char's fighting inside that bubble. Does drop down. Funny is able to get the shots that they need, but they lose their charger in mid. I believe that was a charger duel. With comp testing, a good lead to start.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see a mirror comp on both sides. I don't know if we've seen that yet in this tournament.
Ooh, trades coming out. That's going to be a Trizuka shot. Orochi has that E-Leader in a great spot. And that Booyah Bomb forces the E-Leader from comp testing down. Char with that big bubbler on zone. He's trying to keep it neutral, waiting for the further members to jump back in, but they themselves are going to make a super jump back. Squidding Good finally gets the penalty applied.
Yeah, this is now Squidding Good's chance to punch back. We're just going to have to see what they do here. They really can't get much of an advantage over their opponents just because they're running the exact same comp. Anything that they can get is going to be very small. So they have to take these very small differences, very small mistakes, and expand them into something a whole lot bigger.
And that's a great Trizuka from Funny. Funny is able to get through, and the wipeout coming in favor of the side of comp testing, allowing themselves to get into the zone with the lead still intact. Orochi trying to look for those shots, but Volti with that sloshing machine from the low ground and low art, trying to really cause a lot of chaos, because they don't want that sniper duel to go in favor of Squidding Good for a third time this match.
Yeah, we really just have to see. They cannot stick very close to that ledge at all. That machine is very dominant in holding that. So they have to play this very carefully. The amount of angles that they can hold here is very limited. The Wavebreaker is coming out. We'll have to see if it gets destroyed. And it does, but one wave does go out, which might be enough. But the time is ticking back down on comp testing's timer. So we're going to have to see if they can hold this for the rest of the time. Or if they're going to be able to...
In an E-Leader, though.
Yeah. Squidding Good manages to take the zone and get its comp testing 2 down, 3 down in the process. It's just the junior left in the plat trying to hold it, but they do get the jump onto plat with the splatter shot and pick that junior off with an unexpected angle.
Unexpected angles indeed. Squidding Good. They have lost their machine though. They're going to be backing off of that plat. They have Trizuka at the ready, which could be really good to get a lot of splats. If Fury goes down before any damage can really happen. That's going to be Squidding Good really retreating hard now. Members are being traded back and forth though.
The zone is neutral. It's just a paint battle, and comp testing does end up winning the paint battle and going back on the offensive. But I don't know if they can hold the zone for long, since this is still just a paint battle. Even with the big bubbler, they're losing control of the zone. And
but the penalties have been applied for both teams, so that is something to be neutral right now. Both teams are really just fighting off zone. Neither team focusing on zone, knowing that what they need is to clean out the members from the other side. So far, Squidding Good, though, has that zone advantage. They do not have the members advantage. Orochi gets one shot, doesn't get the second shot on Funny to follow it up. But that's okay. That's not great, but it's okay. Unfortunately, though, their teammates aren't able to follow up on those nice shots, and now Porky and Fury are left alone in a dangerous position from the machine. Volti almost gets 2, but Funny gets the 3rd.
Yeah, now Squidding Good is 2 down and fighting a fairly short amount of time. They really do not have a lot of time to get back into the zone here. And they don't have a lot to work with, especially if they keep going down. This Trizuka has to get something done. It has to find some valuable picks, and it does.
Oh, but Orochi does...
I don't know if it's going to be in time.
It's not going to be in time. I don't think Gecko can get there in time. Funny's in zone. And that's going to be comp testing. Coming away with a victory over Squidding Good. Something that took them a lot of games before they could finally get one.
Yeah, comp testing really asserting dominance, winning against Squidding Good with their own comp, completely just mirror matching them. Not even intentionally. You can't do that intentionally, but that was such a crazy coincidence that led to a really tight game of just pretty much pure skill. Nothing to cheese, nothing to take advantage of. Pretty much just the better players trying to find their way in here.
Yeah, you're right about the comps being mirrored. But I think it's when you think about museum, you think, all right, an Ealer should be here. It's spot zones. You kind of want to have a junior because that allows you to live for at least half a second before the Ealer shoots you on that said zone. The machine is strong, and then people often default their way to a splatter shot. This just seems it's either going to be a splatter shot, a splash, or a 52 gal. That's kind of likely one of the three.
It is likely one of the strongest comps you can run on that map, if not the strongest comp right now, if that even exists. Because there could have been something to counter that, but both teams are just running the safest bet, and Squidding Good kind of got punished for that. If they'd been running anything different, they might have been able to eke out an advantage in another way.
Squidding Good are going to be taking, they're going to be taking comp testing over here onto the alley, the Eeltail alley, to play some Rainmaker. They did play this map earlier, and it did go into the favor of Squidding Good. Do you think that comp testing has learned their lessons and are going to really show it and stick it to Squidding Good? Or do you think we're going to have a similar outcome?
It's very interesting, kind of a prisoner's dilemma here. Comp testing knows what Squidding Good is going to run, or what they run last time. Is Squidding Good going to change what they run to adapt around what they think they're going to change, rock, paper, scissors style? Or are they going to keep running strong?
96 Cal Pro Char, excuse me, I've never seen.
Yeah, that is not something that Pro Char is known for. So we're gonna have to see if that works out for them.
Promino on that heavy. That is going to give them some range advantage over mid, but the pop has gone in favor of Squidding Good. Inkvac already at the ready. Fury has gone down to that spot, just sitting top mid, getting a lot of damage done. Grabbing that Rainmaker, and here goes comp testing. With 3 members down on the side of Squidding Good, this is going to be dangerous. That Inkvac is ready. Porky trying to get the shots down. Prano gets the dunk on that Rainmaker, and the pedestal is gone.
The squid roll to parry the shots and get in time. Oh, the Inkvac to defend the teammate's super jump. But it doesn't quite work out. That was such a strange engagement, but it's still left as an even playing field, 2-on-2. A fight for the lead, pretty much. But Squidding Good does manage to come out on top and stall it out a little bit further, staying in this a little bit more. This being their counter pick, they know how to play around this map a little bit better, so they might end up using that to their advantage.
They don't have the checkpoint, but that's not that holding them back right now. That's going to be a early bubble, but that Trizuka is going to cause a lot of space. Bunny has been pushed back. Spotling has also been pushed back. Well, he's just still trying to throw these pieces from top right. And a great Inkvac usage with that Trizuka, allowing comp testing to really all just survive on that. And a lot of the members from both sides have fallen, but comp testing, they're going to be on the massive advantage so far. Oh, wait!
Yeah,
wait, Porky's going to trade
Porky
this!
Turns it around and gets the pick, but still goes down anyway to the teammate coming back in. Pro Chart with the build that isn't even completed.
What is that? Oh my gosh, I don't think I've seen a grand finals with builds that aren't complete in a game that's been out. I know it's only been out for a month, but come on, Chara.
But Squidding Good has gone 2 down anyways. And comp testing is back on the offensive, getting another pick in, but going 1 down in the process. Picks are happening left and right here, with people defending on the roof and going down for it. Rainmaker shots and Inkzuka shots and Inkvac shots all coming out. It's
big
complete
Inkvac.
chaos. The Inkvac
Massive
coming
Inkvac,
out.
and that's going to be another squid roll onto the pedestal all the way down to 3. A number that comp testing is quite familiar with. Porky's going to be trying to go up against Pro Char with that Rainmaker, but I think he just fell down to that sprinkler and Pro Char is going to get the knockout. Please don't tell me you just walked around that sprinkler and died to it.
What was that match? Oh my gosh.
Who was
there?
No, I'm looking. I'm seriously looking. No, that was our own sprinkler. Okay, good. I was so scared for a second that was a sprinkler death.
Sprinkler can get you a pretty quick pop in some of those clutch scenarios. If you put the sprinkler down where the Rainmaker is going to respawn, it does do continuous damage to the Rainmaker. And that on top of your main weapon can pop it absurdly fast. Which might have been what happened there.
And wow, we're already up 2-0 for comp testing. Remember, this set went 3-1 in the winners finals, and now that we are in grands, we could be staring down the barrel of a bracket reset, unless Squidding Good can come up with the reverse 3-0.
Yeah, this is going to be a very intense battle, especially with the bracket reset coming in. Even if comp testing wins this one, they still have to win 3 more, but Squidding Good has to win 6 pretty much in a row. They have to win 6, but they can't even lose 3.
No, Squidding Good's on the winner side.
Oh, wait, no.
Yeah, Squidding Good's on the winner side. Comp testing, they can be the ones that forces reset if they win.
Oh, yeah. I forgot how bracket resets work.
Yeah, all good. Bracket resets are funny.
Yeah, it's very confusing.
But that means that Squidding Good at least they need this warm up because they don't seem like they're ready yet. Those were 2 games that were kind of middle, and then comp testing said, "Okay, let's end it."
Something that is confusing though is Clamblitz. Clamblitz.
Yeah, it's easy. It's easy to understand if you understand the clams, but if you have no idea what you're doing with clams, then it looks chaotic. Mad chaos.
Yes, something subtle that I did notice is in Salmon Run, the egg throw is actually very similar to throwing clams.
Yep.
So that might actually indirectly improve the solo queue experience of Clamblitz a little bit more. People playing Salmon Run, learning those egg throws, and then being like, I can do that with clams too. But we're just gonna have to see how it plays out.
Yeah, that will definitely be interesting, as we did see in a trailer. If you hadn't seen one of the pre-trailers, that you can have special event salmon runs happen on Splatoon stages, as we saw in the trailer for that Wahoo World.
Yeah, and the fact that there is no Splatfest this month leads most people to believe that they're going to do a big run for Halloween, which is going to be very hype.
I hope.
Big run. See, we don't even know how Big Run works really.
Yeah, I'm hoping for.
Yeah, I'm very hyped for it. But you know what else I'm hyped for? This set. We're hopping right into it.
I think that we're not seeing any more of these double wave breakers. I feel like they want this tournament. They want to have that victory to learn. They want that send out Dudding badge.
Yeah, they are no longer testing comps. Clickbait name. Yep. But we do have an early rollout on mid going. Still lots of stealth jump, but not that much last ditch effort.
As it is Clamblitz, I'm not all that surprised, because last ditch effort very rarely gets any use on Clamblitz.
Yeah, definitely one of the worst modes for it, but even then it's still very powerful. We have a lot of clams going out on both sides. It looks like both sides are pretty much just focusing on setting up early clams, getting early balls, trying to see if they can go for an early push, but they might be playing too slowly.
Squidding Good has got all mid at the moment. Then they're getting the kills they need. Char is just going to dodge that football in mid. Going to go try and kill the power climb in mid as well. Does able to find it. Now Funny popping this Trizuka, looking for some splats. The rest of the members of Squidding Good are just going to run away. But that last shot, I saw it. It could have landed.
Shot.
Would have lost my mind over that one.
Yeah, that would have been a crazy kill, but it still got the chip damage. That was very impressive. But comp testing does go 2 down to the sloshing machine, pushing in with the flank. That's not a sloshing machine, that's a splatter shot. My tongue is tying over itself.
Yeah, and here goes the push. Kind of, not really. Neither team. They're going, now that comp testing sees a member of Squidding Good on the right, they're going to go and try and take the fight, but the trades are going around 2-2 for both sides. Orochi still has that power climb, but sitting in a big bubble. Comp testing trying to reclaim mid. They have zero mid control whatsoever. Squidding Good, they've had a lot of control, but they have nothing to show for it.
Yeah, both of these teams are playing very safe right now. Just trying to hold mid, trying to see what happens. Playing very patiently, going for one big push instead of a bunch of little pushes, which is probably the play, but are they playing too slowly? We'll have to find out. Both the machines trade, leaving just the Junior to defend and a ball on the court. The Junior almost goes down to that bomb. Almost goes down to that Trizuka. How is that Junior still alive?
Spectator cam can play with your mind sometimes. Finally, Pro Char is down. Orochi does get that power climb, but inside that big bubbler goes down Promenade goes inside of it with the charger, gets the shot down. Now it's just Funny. Can Funny defend this? Funny has to be the last line of defense and not able to. We got a bomb coming up from Squidding Good. Porky is still alive as well. I believe with the ink vac, but goes down to Pro Char from behind. The points haven't really been racked up so much, but that's going to be at least a lead. With how slow this game has been going, a lead is a lead no matter how.
Yeah, that is a disappointing push from Squidding Good's side. So we're just gonna have to see if that can hold. They really don't have much to work with in terms of holding this push, but we're gonna have to see, because comp testing is slowly starting to build up clams, and it isn't very difficult to get a push that's higher than 71.
No, definitely not. But with the pace of this game so far, I wouldn't be shocked if this number could hold up for a long time. But it's up to comp testing to see what they can do. If they win this here, they win this now, they force a bracket reset. Losing 2 members, 1 member from each side, is going to be favorable for Squidding Good as they are on the defense.
Yeah. So we're just gonna have to see. So far they're slowly just eating time. Trying to bide their time in that plat, trying to defend it really hard.
Big double.
But the junior gets 2 picks, and they miss the ball? No, they pass the ball to someone else. But the sloshing machine's coming in from behind with the Booyah Bomb, causing some chaos in plat, causing them to completely scatter, but they get punished for it.
Ooh, and the kills are coming through. Funny is able to find. Looking for more shots down on a Porky, can't find it. The basket has closed. Now that Funny's deep in Squidding Good territory, can Funny make it out? And yes, they can. Somehow, someway. Minute on the clock. Squidding Good, if they want to stay alive in this phase of the bracket and win this bracket without getting it reset, they have to find a way to get clams in the basket, and they have to do it soon.
We have the big bubbler going out under a tiny ledge, so it's more like small bubbler. But we're gonna have to see if that gets them to jump in. They don't really have any clams to work with though for it. So that was a very strange bubbler happening there.
They've got mid control though. They've been able to keep mid control, keep Charger on this top, is allowing them to have all this space where Squidding Good can't find clams. There aren't many clams that spawn on your own plat. So with all this clam economy, all this area, that's really good for comp testing. If they wipe here, it'll be a push, but they'll have at least a defense.
Yeah, and all comp testing does is they have to stall for about 30 more seconds of taking the overtime into account. It's down to the wire. If comp testing can get this push out here, then that's going to be huge for them. But they don't have enough clams. They have to make a Powerball right now.
They have it ready.
Oh, wait.
Squidding Good. Here goes Funny. Funny's going to go and try and find Orochi. Just Funny alive. Just Funny's the last one alive. Can anyone grab the power climb? The power climb needs to get the basket. Somehow, some way, Porky gets to get the help that they need. Gecko gets the power climb in, and that's going to be another power climb in. Squidding Good, somehow, some way, in the last hours, in the final hours, getting the game that they needed to stay alive in this half of the bracket.
The final couple of seconds, all they needed to do was just stall for a little bit longer, but they couldn't do it. And that is not a bracket reset yet. But they're not out of the water yet. They have to win 2 to finalize. They have to win 2 to really put comp testing in the ground.
I think that's massive, though, honestly, because imagine, like, you've been asleep for like an hour, and you're like, oh, Grand's time. You've gone through this whole tournament in the winter side. You have nothing to do for an hour. You come in cold. You're getting bullied. If they went down 3-0 in the part 2, like the part 1 of Grams, that would be terrible. You'd be terrified. That one game, I think, is massive for their mentality. Saying, hey, you know what? We got this. We can do this. We beat them once. We'll beat them again. Now we're ready. Now we're prepared. If we drop this next game, that's okay. We have a set, and we're ready, and we're prepared, and we're ready, and we're fresh.
Yeah, and comp testing is back on the Tower Control Hagglefish. I think we saw the Rainmaker Hagglefish before, actually, but they're back on Hagglefish. I know for a fact this is one of Pro Char's favorite maps. I'm not sure about the rest of the team, but we're gonna have to see if they can get this win out. Because if they don't, they're out of the tournament. They have to win one of these next 2 games. And then another set on top of that. So it's going to be a pretty high-pressure situation for them.
They have both these maps, this map and the next map. If they lose this one, will be picks that they will make. So it would be a devastating way to go out and lose the tournament. But it would be a crazy, crazy reverse sweep. Because I don't think I've ever seen a best-of-5 reverse sweep with counter picks.
Yeah, that would be very insane. But comp testing, Squidding Good can at least rest assured that they have a second chance. If they can't pull off this reverse sweep, All they have to do is win 3 out of 5.
That much is very true. And with Hagglefish, as this is such a big map, do you think we're going to be seeing Promino on like on that charger?
We might be seeing chargers from both sides even. I'm not sure if Squidding has even ran a charger though.
They have. They ran the E-Leader on
yes,
Orochi on the first one, which I find
So-
absolutely hilarious. You put your junior player, like when you think of a junior, like they throw bombs, and the general consensus is they don't aim. And then you think E-Leader, like one of the most aim-intensive weapons in the entire game. You put your junior player on it. I just love that dynamic. I think that's awesome because that doesn't mean that junior players can't aim. They just have big brains.
All right, it looks like we have a 96 on one side and a charger on the other, but otherwise the comps are identical yet again.
Yes, not overly surprised because this is what both teams have kind of defaulted to in the last little bit of playing, but both big bubblers have gone out with not able to live through that charger shot before the bubbler has been activated. There are a couple activation frames before it is fully out, but that vacuum able to cause enough of a distraction for Fury to clean up those kills. So watch out, because the rest of the members of comp testing are going to be coming through mid. I think they're going to be backing off though and playing a little bit more defensive.
Yeah, since they're down, they're going to be starting to back up, and they do have some specials to hold this, like Big Bubbler, which they just popped, so we're going to have to see if they can even grab tower at this point on Squidding good side.
That's going to be just a near miss with those Trizuka shots. That could have been massive if they found even one of the members of Squidding Good just holding there. But
yeah,
here we go. Push is coming out from Squidding Good. Now Booyah bombs from both sides. One defensive, one offensive. The offensive one wasn't all that great, and the defensive one has caused a lot more chaos. Comp testing, they are falling.
Yeah, it's 2-on-3 right now. 3-on-3 with the junior coming out of spawn. But more picks are just happening left and right, turning the tide. And it's back up to comp testing in terms of man advantage. So we're going to have to see if they can turn that small advantage back into a big advantage and keep pushing and get that lead back. And maybe break through a checkpoint or two.
Big Bobbler has been popped for Chara, but Chara has fallen. Porky with that vac, just trying to launch it out to gain more space for Squidding Good. So far, so good for Squidding Good. They don't have much of a lead, but do have a lead. Neither team has actually made it to a checkpoint.
Yeah, neither team has really gotten a good push-off, period. Both of these leads are pretty easy to get. No one can find a real big advantage in order to actually break through and get that lead. It's pretty neck and neck, especially with the near mirror comp.
Big ink vac being used, and that's going to be bubblers coming out from at least Prochara. I don't think Orochi has their bubbler at the ready, and no, they all the way through, halfway through the checkpoint is, at this point, I guess, good, because neither team really has anything to show.
It's better than nothing. We're about halfway through the game, and we haven't even seen a single checkpoint broken. This is a very big stalemate pretty much right now in mid. We're just going to have to see one team get the lead and push through.
Ooh, Squidding Good. They're trying to get a push ready. They have 3 specials at the ready. I don't know how close they are to Booyah Bomb, but they have lost their machine. So at the moment, that doesn't really matter. Orochi's still on his tower. Prono with that ink vac is trying to go through, but Porky Prono are just having ink vac in mid. They are, for all intents and purposes, having a vacuum fight in the mid.
And the 96 gal goes down to the junior, leaving them back on a disadvantage and comp testing back on the offensive. We're gonna have to see if they can turn that slight advantage into anything yet again. We have a couple of people on the flank. We're just gonna have to see how this plays out. The Booyah Bomb comes out, the Trizuka comes out. All the specials are going out right now, but comp testing goes down. It's just the junior left on tower, running for their life.
But they can escape. They can escape a fellow junior, knowing that the jump just goes kind of all over the place. Unless you're at really close range, the junior won't be able to find that one. Unlike that charger, which is able to find the kills that they need. Squidding Good. They're trying to find more space in mid, but their members have fallen. Comp testing put up a good defense so far, and I can't believe it. 67 is the leading push with a minute remaining.
Yeah, it's really, it's a really low-scoring game right now. The ink vac does go down to the Trizuka with perfect timing, nailing that window in which you're completely vulnerable. And comp testing is now 2 down.
Squidding Good, they're trying to get in. They've lost 2 members. Ooh, that's just Fury underneath the tower. Promenade goes down and falls. Just Porky. Porky is kind of been known because you're going to have to be somewhere close to that sprinkler. Big Blubber's out. This should allow Comptesting to get a lot of work onto this checkpoint. And they might be able to get lead, and they will. Getting lead off that is huge. Porky's still somehow behind them. Somehow, someway, gets the kills that they need, and that's going to be a wipeout. But checkpoint has been lost. Comptesting. Honestly, the first checkpoint being broken with 30 seconds remaining is insane.
Yeah. All Comptesting has to do is just hold this one checkpoint, and they haven't even gotten through it yet. So they have the full entire time of the checkpoint to get there and defend it. Squidding Good goes 1 down. Comptesting goes 2 down, though. They don't have a lot to hold this. The Booyah Bomb comes out on tower, and they grab the tower, leading to the bracket reset.
Wow. Funny gets on tower, and we do have that bracket reset. Great job from Comptesting to bounce back after their earlier loss in the winner's side, sending them down to losers, bouncing back, getting some good games under their belt, and taking it to Squidding Good. But Squidding Good, they didn't go down without a little bit of a fight, especially in the last 2 games. Winning 1 and barely losing the other.
Yeah, that was pretty insane. And this bracket reset is going to be really interesting. The question is, can they do it again? They turned the 3-1 on its head back to a 1-3. So we're just going to have to see if they can do it again, if they can get that win yet again. This is going to be a very close set. Squidding Good is back to being warmed up.
Wow, and we're getting right into it. Zones on Inkblot Art Academy. Both teams are ready. Both teams, I feel like both teams kind of know what they're going to run. I don't, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, do you think Roach is going to go over to Charger, over to E-Leader on this map?
I mean, maybe. This isn't an amazing E-Leader map. But it can be good, especially holding top mid. You can have a lot of control over plat. But you are a bit of a glass cannon sitting up there, because if anyone gets under you, they can squid surge up that wall and just completely delete you.
But this isn't solo queue. This is team play. This is competitive. You have teammates that'll be around you, and hopefully, knowing that is something that can happen and will be protecting you. But we will have to see.
Right now. So it looks like we do have it Promono on the E-Leader. We're just going to have to see if the other team goes leader. No. It's a very similar comp on both sides. Comptesting does not have an Ink Vac anymore, but they do have that Wave Breaker for zones, which might be the play. But it is a bit awkward on this map since there is top mid that is a very safe sanctuary from Wave Breaker.
Yeah, but it can kind of paint a little bit of the walls, and it is unique and it is difficult to use. Comptesting has lost 2 of their members before any have fallen on the side of Squidding Good. Char is trying to go around to see if they can find them. They have to lose a fight. Fury is just going off right now, getting a lot of damage in, and I believe that Trizuka able to find the final kill as well. And the final shot, not able to find any more work, but the damage has been done.
Yeah, Squidding Good is back on the offensive here. They could take this game if they play this well. But we have so many specials popping up on zone that they might not be able to hold it. But it looks like the specials don't do anything. The specials don't work. And they've just wasted 3, maybe 4 specials trying to cap the zone. And now they don't have much time left. That Wave Breaker coming out, but not really doing a lot for them.
They have Big Bubbler, but Big Bubbler can't really be used on plat. Great job. Deco falling is great. Losing your E-Leader is not, but having an advantage is. Funny with that Trizuka isn't able to find anything other than ink, the bottom of an Ink Vac. Zone being capped for Comptesting is great. Keeps them in this map. Massive penalty being applied.
Yeah, that is pretty huge for Comptesting. But all Squidding Good has to do is push back into the zone and hold it for a little bit longer. They have a huge lead, and Comptesting is starting from ground zero. And Squidding Good is already pushing back in on the offensive. They might be able to neutralize the zone right now, not even letting them get halfway there.
Arlo gets forced off top mid by that Booyah Bomb. Oh, and that Funny goes in for the trade. Here goes the zone. The zone is being heavily contested. Comptesting does still have it. No, the penalty has been applied finally. Now goes ROG does fall down to the Charger. That's going to be difficult, but Comptesting, they've allowed themselves to get back into this, and they've allowed themselves to have enough members to really set another good foothold.
Yeah, but they might get pushed here. They have 3 in plant, and they are not scared to push it raw. They're not scared to just push in there and challenge them to a fight. And it is starting to work out in their favor because they didn't even let them get the penalty there before neutralizing the zone. So we're just gonna have to see if they can cap the zone or if it will fall. Yet again, it's very close to being painted, and they do manage to get it.
Squidding good. They really don't want comp testing to get any more space. Porky with that back, securing a nice kill on Volty. Fury falls down to Promino on that E-layer. Just being able to be kind of almost uncontested on that grading snipe area. With the Wavebreaker at the ready, should be able to find where Porky's sharking, allowing all the members to be spotted. Char's going to be trying to paint that zone, but Booyah Bomb coming in, allowing the members of Squidding Good to really just force the members of comp testing on his zone. The members of comp testing still staying alive. Booyah Bomb's coming out. Orochi staying alive on zone, fighting with Prochara in the zone. Just an epic junior battle to try and see how the zone is going to go.
Comp testing does manage to cap the zone though, and so they are back in this. They did reapply the penalty, but that penalty is still going down every time they reapply it. So they can't mess up that badly again.
Great shots and great Trizuka shots, allowing comp testing to really push up here. Now Funny's on that wall, that famous wall on Inkblot where it causes a lot of chaos. Fury's popping that Zuka really early, not able to find Wheel Bomb coming out from Squidding Good. They want to get in the zone quickly. But losing your junior, losing your painting weapon is terrible. Right before the zone is taken for lead. Oh, members falling from both sides, but mostly in the side of Squidding Good. Not good for them. Comp testing has lost members as well. But members of Squidding Good have to get the zone here. They have to get to the zone now. Can they neutralize it? No, they cannot.
And that is game 1 for comp testing, I believe.
Yes, it is. Comp testing coming out on top, like they did in the first half of winners finals. Now that we're here in the reset half, it's looking scary because the counter picking has kind of been a little bit strong for the team that has the advantage.
Yeah, and comp testing is no longer playing around. They are going for the throat, in it to win it. No longer going for their double Wavebreaker comps. They aren't going for their experimental comps anymore still. Now the question is, do you think we're going to see them go for another experimental comp if they win this next game? Or are they just going to put in the final blow, put the knife in the back and twist it?
I think comp testing can really, it really depends on what Squidding Good picks. If they pick, I don't really know. I can't tell you until I see the map and say, okay, I think comp testing can walk away with this. Or I can tell you if Squidding Good, but it's really hard because there's so many maps and there's so many mode combinations. All I know is that we won't be playing Inkblot again today. Inkblot is gone. Bye-bye, Inkblot. I love you in Splatoon 2. In Splatoon 3,
joke.
You're interesting.
Inkblot is definitely interesting. It went from one of the stronger maps in Splatoon 2 to one of the more mediocre maps in Splatoon 3, which is pretty much a testament to how much stronger the map design is in this game. Even though there are some strange maps, Nintendo is slowly learning how to make maps for this game and how to make them really well.
Yeah,
but
like,
speaking
look at Salt Spray Rig in the first game.
Yeah,
they've learned from their mistakes.
Speaking of strange maps, it looks like we have Rainmaker Undertow yet again. This has been a classic pick for Squidding Good, I believe, unless my memory serves me wrong.
They didn't pick it back when they played it against Firmament. That was a set map.
Yeah. That was Firmament picking that map. But we're just going to have to see if this works out. Wavebreaker is particularly good on this map, so we might see something. We might see one of them. I doubt we'll see 2 of them from comp testing, unless they really want to play this risky.
It's Rainmaker though. I don't know how much. Unless you're like a E-liter one trick, I don't know how much you want to play it on, like Rainmaker.
That is true. That is true. This is not a good map mode to be an E-liter one trick.
It's here nor there. That's why you have to have pockets.
Yeah.
Deep pockets when you're a E-liter player is good.
That's why you'll almost always see leader players playing something else, like a junior.
Yeah.
There is the chance that junior player is actually a leader player that has just been playing junior. Since it is a lot easier to go from leader to junior than the other way around. But it looks like we are going into the match.
That is what we are doing, and that's going to be a Jet Sculpture. I like that. A Jet Sculpture mixed with a 96 cal. That's going to be double ink vac coming out of comp testing. That is definitely sticking true to their name. That is a comp I have never seen before outside of Silver.
Yeah, that is definitely a very strange comp, but I can see it working if they can pull off that double ink vac chain if something like the machine grabs the Rainmaker, or if they go through the checkpoint. But
and
so
that's
far,
3 down on the side of Squidding Good. We'll make that a
is
wipeout. Comp
working
testing, here they go.
out.
This could be their opportunity.
getting that checkpoint right off the bat, going for it. And now they have an ink vac to follow up on that and push it through that choke point. The question is whether or not they're going to be able to do that, or if we'll see a flank from Porky on the top right, taking out that Rainmaker, threatening that ink vac, making them change their attention and turning right towards the Rainmaker, leaving comp testing back to 2 down.
Ooh, and there goes the machine going in, gets Volty. I don't think they wanted to get Volty. I think Funny somehow able to stay alive, but smartly backing off to their teammate, just jumping back in mid. Ooh, the Gels are going to be able to hit each other with 2 shots, bam bam, and both of them surprisingly hit each other.
Yeah, it looks like they grab the Rainmaker and then go for a very aggressive play, pushing right off the bat, but it explodes in their face as they get picked off by the Jet Squelcher, who's just holding that ink vac ready for that push up that one awkward ramp.
Yeah, this Rainmaker just being stuck in this middle position with a Gal and a Jet is kind of awkward if you're Squidding Good. Squidding Good says awkward. Yeah, no, let's get 3 here. That's going to be a wipeout. Rainmaker's making their way downtown, walking really quickly up left. Ooh, misses a shot onto that. I was worried that there was going to be members of comp testing respawning. Luckily, no. Porky does fall in front of the Rainmaker shield to a bomb. That bubbler is going to allow the Rainmaker to at least get some distance. Can they get to the point that they need? No, 34, just 1 point off. And great ink vac.
Yeah, the ink vac just shuts that
wait,
down.
can they get this? Can they get this?
But they might get wiped anyways. They can't see the jump. They explode after they die. They explode after they killed the machine. That's netcode for you. And they do get the Rainmaker and get that lead. And they're still pushing with that ink vac right into the splatter shot. It's 2-on-2. It's just a 96 gal left to defend this. Prochar fighting the pop against 2 people. It might not happen.
I don't think they know that there's only 1 person there.
They get the pop, and they do push it just a little bit further, but I don't know if that was the play. They are stalling Rainmaker in there because that is what their battle is now. Their battle is just for time. Trying to stall out for time, anything they do. The more time they take from the other people, the better. But it is working out in their favor in terms of picks anyways.
Fear gets 2. I don't know how close Porky is to having another vac, but Roach is going to go for the dunk, gets it all the way to 4. That's an incredible lead for Squidding Good. A lead that they absolutely needed.
Yeah, this is their chance to take it back. They have lost 2 games in a row. Not in this set, but in between 2 sets. So this is going to be huge for them, for bringing their momentum back up.
And keeping it kind of
have
rebound.
the
But here, the Rainmaker's just running left from comp testing. They're trying to make it all the way. Porky falls.
Getting the 96 gal, if they get through this, that would have been such a strange play, but they managed to get that over there. But that was kind of awful because now Squidding Good has that Rainmaker back there, and they have that time because comp testing can't push back in there, and they are the ones that are on the offensive. They are the ones that need the time, and they can't let them eat away at their time like that.
Ooh, but trades are coming out from both sides. Both teams are just got lots of ink just being thrown across both sides of the map. Neither team can really find an inch in mid. The comp testing, they're the ones that need to find the space. They're the ones that need to find the work to get done because they only have a minute on the clock and they need this lead.
Yeah, it's going to be very tough for them to push back in here. Because they are continuing to just go down. They are getting trades though. The 2 machines ended up trading. And they do have some more specials coming out. The Ink Zuka goes out looking for a pick, looking for something desperately. They do not have much time left here. And they have a lot of ground to cover.
Ooh,
This
great.
manages to punish the Zuka for sitting in that spot.
That was
And
3
they
down
grab
on
the
the side of
Rainmaker.
Squidding Good. Comp testing, they should have an advantage here, but the last one, machine, keep on this machine, does find 1, does find 2, but the Rainmaker is still alive. Ochar is protecting it. Funny is the one that has the Rainmaker. Not necessarily the player you want to have that Rainmaker, might I add. That is your front line, and that is your aggro spear.
Yes, but they do have the 2 ink vacs to work with if they can charge them. which is going to be huge. If they can get those Inkbacks and chain them correctly, then they're going to have a really easy time getting in there.
One has to live against these bombs. These bombs are causing so much damage. I believe both Inkbacks have been used at the exact same time. Not something you exactly want to see. They need to get the splats. They need to get them here. They get them now. But the Rainmaker's fallen, and that is going to be Squidding good, tying up this series 1-1.
Yeah, that was crazy. It was just insane to see. Like that early lead, not even that early, but just that one push down to 4 with the almost instant dunk, was pretty crazy.
Wow. A little bit of panic coming out on the side of comp testing. I thought the Jet and the Gal were interesting. We'll never know if we'll see that back. But wow, that was definitely a comp testing kind of a comp. And that's massive for Squidding good. They were able to win their counter pick because the teams that have been counter picking have been really struggling able to win their own counter picks. So comp testing being able to win it their first time going in is really, really good. Ooh. Uh-oh. Ooh, I like this mode. Do you think Spot Zone's Mincemeat is going to be a strong map pick for comp testing? I'm gonna say I think it's good. Do I think they can do double wave breaker here? I don't think they should, but you could get away with it. Promenade on the E-Leader will be something. Promenade on the E-Leader will be something that I feel like has the massive advantage and why comp testing went here. But I'm gonna see right now. Comp testing, they really locked in their comp right away. Orochi's the only one that hasn't right. And now that everyone is, we are going to be running into this pivotal game 3. Squidding good, comp testing, 1-1, grand finals, bracket reset. Here we go.
Yeah, this game will really set the tone of the rest of it. If Squidding good can get this here, then comp testing is back on the downside, and they'll have to fight an uphill battle. Whoever wins this game gets to fight the downhill battle.
Yeah. Double wave breaker, funny promenade on the dualies and the E-Leader respectively, and Chara coming out with the inferior ton of missiles left. And I will fight you, Chara. Reflux is better.
But they do have their signature double wave breaker comp back. That's pretty big to see. They're gonna try to make it work. They know how powerful the special is, especially against Ninja Squid. In this information-based meta, it is very good at holding control and getting that information.
Speaking of information, they have missiles as well, which is also another insanely good information gathering special. And Wavebreaker on this map, you throw them on the cars, you can really just cause a lot of damage with it. But now comes a problem. Squidding good has these zones and they have the control. This is where comp testing always ran into a problem.
But this time, instead of a big bubbler, they have missiles, so they have something to push back in now. The missiles and Booyah will make a nice pushback in it. The leader gets a pick on the machine, but the dually sculptures go down as well. Inkvac coming out from Squidding Good's side, but it looks like comp testing is just going to try and fill that.
They are, and that's going to be shot right at their E-Leader. That forces the E-Leader down. Find it. No, and that's a bait. Funny able to support their teammate and get that. With comp testing, have lost the lead. They have capped the zone, applied the penalty. Squidding Good. Double Wavebreaker is out, but they're both. One's on the low ground, one's on the high ground.
That is very good for them, and it'll stall for precious time. We just have to see if they can take advantage of it. The Flinkza gets picked off by the E-Leader, and the E-Leader gets picked off as well. And Squidding Good has the zone again. This is not working out well for comp testing.
No, and Squidding Good, here they go. Fury back, finds Volty. The Booyah Bomb has been popped, gets absolutely can go down. Squidding Good doing a great job to hold on. Orochi just trying to chill in mid with the E-Leader, trying to find space. Char's missiles have been launched. Squidding Good's timer has run dry with the penalty. Now comp testing, they need to get in here quickly before too many more points go to Squidding Good.
If I wasn't mistaken though, the E-Leader just got a double, and now they have double Wavebreaker yet again. They can hold this zone really well here with the one Wavebreaker going out, the other Wavebreaker going out, causing complete chaos in that one area. The other team has to be jumping so much here, especially that Inkvac might get taken out just by the sheer Wavebreaker alone.
No, somehow Porky able to jump over that with the help of their team. Comp testing has fallen left, right, and center. Squidding Good have that numbers advantage. They have the pain advantage. They have that zone. Forcing comp testing back into the position that they don't want to be. Coming back and trying to recap the zone.
Yeah, comp testing is not doing very well right now. Their comp really just wants to play defense, and they don't want to play retake. But Squidding Good is just forcing them to play retake constantly. And they do go down to the leader. The 96 goes down as well, though. It's 2-on-3 in Squidding Good's favor, and they have just barely anything left on the clock. Comp testing has to push now if they want to make something happen. But it's
Funny's
not going to
gone.
happen.
It's just a machine and Chara. That's going to be dangerous because Chara can't get into the zone. And Squidding Good, they take comp testing's counter pick. That is huge in this best of 5.
Yeah, now comp testing is back on the disadvantage. They're going to have to win these next 2 games, which isn't impossible, but it is a stretch. You have to win your own counter pick and also their counter pick. So it is going to be pretty high stakes here coming into these last 2 games of the tournament.
Yeah, lots of very, very high stakes. This tournament has been pretty sizable for a weekly. 32 teams has been good, and these teams have been playing a long time now. I'm very interested to see what comp testing want to take Squidding Good to, because I thought that Mincemeat was a great double Wavebreaker map. I thought it's a great spot for Wavebreaker. It's one of the best maps for Emulator. I think Duty Sculptures can succeed very well there, but for them it just didn't work out. And Eel Tail Rainmaker, we are going back. These teams are playing it for a 3rd time.
And has comp testing won this in the past? Did they win both of these in the past?
I believe, yeah, they had. They have. They won.
So
they won all of them.
This is a very interesting pick. If comp testing manages to pull this out, then it's going to be 2-2 with Squidding Good's counter pick. But we'll just have to see if that happens, because all Squidding Good has to do is win this one, and comp testing is out of the tournament, and they have it in the bag. This is pretty neck and neck here, especially with this counter pick. Comp testing has won twice in a row against this team.
Yeah, and with comp testing, remember, if you remember the name Oro Jackson, this is 3 members of Oro Jackson on comp testing, plus Pro Chara, a very big YouTuber and a very accomplished and well-decorated North American Splatoon competitive player. So this would be a massive, massive victory for Squidding Good.
Yeah. So it's a big fight for Pop right at the start. It's not one-sided at all, but Squidding Good does manage to get that Pop just slightly delayed. And I can't even tell what weapon they're using. They're just going in here, insane. The splatter shot,
wipeout already!
getting the quad right off the bat. Not joking anymore. They know that they're in this to win this or lose. That was an insane quad, and they're back on the Pop, still going for the offensive. But so lots of bombs are headed right towards the Rainmaker. But Squidding Good goes 2 down anyways. The Ink Pack protecting the Rainmaker. This might be an instant sweep. They get another wipeout and a KO right off the bat.
What just happened? Funny said, okay, I'm done. This joke was a good joke, but I'm done with this. Gets 3 kills and I believe an assist in the first wipeout. And then gets 2 kills and assists their team in that crazy push. 2 wipeouts back to back. I would love to see the replay code for that game.
Wow, that was a fantastic display by comp testing, and now Squidding Good is for sure on their toes. We have 1 game left in this entire tournament. In this 1 game will determine the winner. So we'll see what Squidding Good has to come up with, because they have to win this one if they want that shiny, pretty Sendu.Inc badge.
They get a silver one. They get a silver one for whoever comes second. But you want that nice, the gold one is bigger and it is better. Lots of these people have this. I don't know if Chara has. You could see that on Sendo.Inc. after the tournament's over. But I definitely know that Squidding Good, they want to add that to their trophy cabinet. That would be big for them. And they're really thinking long and hard about counter pick. That would suck.
Squidding Good winning this would be such a massive upset, because from what you guys have said, Oro has been extremely dominant in these last few tournaments, winning pretty much anything they touch.
They win everything they touch.
Yeah, they win everything.
It's not like it's not dominant. The only thing that they didn't win was 20XX, which they lost to Kings and Starburst. That is it. And Melon had to come off the bench to beat them. Melon. That's
So that
it's a little bit of an accomplishment. Like, they were better than every other team in NA that played in 20XX, and all the other teams from Japan that played in it, and every other European team. That is pretty much what that's what Oro Jackson's been doing for the past, since Splatoon 3 has been released. Every single thing that they've signed up for in Dapple, they have won.
So now the question is, who's going to win this? The underdog or the team that's just experimenting with weird comps? Both of these are fairly good teams to win it. But we'll see what happens. We're going into Wahoo Zones, famously a map that Chara hates. And he makes it well known that he does not like this map at all in the slightest. Just adding salt into the wound if they win this one, winning on a map that Chara hates. So we're going to have to see what happens here.
But this is an Ealer map.
Out.
Like, this is a very good Ealer map. I'm unsure why you want to put Promenade on this one. Orochi's been hitting good shots, but if you give up your Junior, I don't want, like, Junior Ealer on this map for spot zones is great combination in this current meta. I don't want to give up either of them. So having your Junior player and your Charger, your Ealer player, the same person is very, very problematic.
Yeah, we're going to have to see. This is definitely a very strange map mode. It is very good for Wavebreaker. You can't see it in the icon, but there are little lips behind those walls that you can put a Wavebreaker on and control the entire zone. So I'm not sure what Squidding Good was thinking, giving comp testing a double Wavebreaker map.
Yeah,
Are
I
they
know,
trying to tempt them with the double Wavebreaker to make them run it and to potentially throw the game? Because they have won pretty much whenever they run double Wavebreaker. But comp testing does not, they do not oblige. They only run one of them with the heavy splatling. So we're going to have to see how this goes. There's a Wavebreaker on both sides. A very similar comp on both sides. So we're just going to have to see what happens.
Comp that has some similarities, that's the shot and the machine. But a lot of differences being Eliter versus Heavy and Gal versus Junior. That's a matchup that gives a little bit more range, a lot more range to Squidding Good. And Squidding Good, they don't have the opening points, but they have the opening kills.
Yeah. Squidding Good with an early control of the zone, getting some picks and moving forwards really aggressively as soon as they can. They do not want comp testing to get back into this zone. All they have to do is hold this, but they do end up going 2 down for it. And now comp testing is back in it. The heavy splatling facing the E-leader though, we'll have to see what happens. They do get back into the zone and the big bubbler will let them get control of it. And they are pushing through it, but they left the E-leader on that glass. We'll see if they end up paying for it.
Well, okay, both members of Squidding Good have jumped out, allowing them to kind of reset. That, I don't know if that was good. Having 2 members on the flank kind of causes a lot of distraction. Orochi's going to be falling, but she gets a trade out with Volti. Gecko does fall to Funny Ingzuka, and that's going to be really difficult because comp testing is trying to run away with this. Domino does drop that Wavebreaker, causing a lot of space. Get some tags down that they need. And Squidding Good, they need to get in the zone pretty soon because they're in last fight territory.
Yeah, but it doesn't look like it's going perfectly for them. They do go 1 down. A miracle has to happen here. The Spanish shot goes on the flank, gets 1, but goes down. There's so little time left on the clock, and Squiddy Good has to paint the zone now. The big bubbler comes out on the zone, which is going to make things very hard for them. It's down to the wire. We'll have to see if they cap it, and they can't. And comp testing takes it back with the bracket reset.
Oh my goodness. Chara's the biggest brain person in the world. I don't like, here's Chara in a video. I don't like the, I don't like Wahoo Zones. Wahoo Zone's bad. Wahoo Zone's bad. Oh, all the members are pretty good. All right, let's pick Wahoo Zones. Chara's the most big brain person ever. They absolutely finessed them on that map. Wasn't even close.
That was a very insane final bracket with comp testing taking the win of the entire tournament, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's it. Comp testing able to win that somehow, some way. Taking that's another map, a counter pick failed. I think we've had 6 or 7 of those in this tournament, and only 2 or 3 successful counter picks, which is not how counter picks normally work.
Yeah, that was definitely a very long, arduous fight for Squidding Good. They managed to push comp testing back at first, but they faltered in the last 2 sets. They had 2 other chances, but they ended up not being able to get them. And comp testing managed to get that win.
Yeah, great job from Squidding Good though, because on paper we thought comp testing would just like you take Oro Jackson, take away one of their core members, but add Pro Char. You think, oh, this should be like a stomp in the park, an easy walkthrough for comp testing. No, Squidding Good took them all the way to a bracket reset Game 5 scenario. So a great job from Squidding Good. It won't feel good in their that taste right now will feel very sour. It feels sour tomorrow, but probably next week, maybe next month, they'll be like, that was pretty good. But hopefully that doesn't demoralize them too much, and then they enter the next paddling pool, and we'll maybe we'll see the blossoming of a new rivalry in European Splatoon, something that Europe Splatoon desperately needs.
For sure. Because the European scene right now isn't very big. I haven't heard of almost any of these teams. And I'm not the most knowledgeable on NA teams either, but it's definitely refreshing to see these new teams that I haven't really heard of fight each other in the big leagues, pretty much.
Yeah, we haven't really had outside of internal, inside of country to country. Like, I know there's been some rivalries in France, like only inside of France and inside of like the UK and inside of Germany. They've had their own little rivalries within their country. Outside of that, the biggest thing was like Olive versus Kraken Paradise. That was the last true rivalry, and that was really a rivalry until 2018, 2019. It's been a long time.
Yeah. I do think Splatoon 3 has given the competitive scene the revive that it needs for those rivalries and dynamics to start building, and even more than ever, the comp scene is growing every day with the new game. It's pretty insane to see.
But yeah, with that, we will be wrapping up our stream. We've had a great long stream, and we got to shout out Majora with those helping produce all of this. Everything that you've seen, Majora's been here all day, and that was awesome and great. But Asect, where can everyone find you?
I'm Asect with 4 T's, ACECTTTT, I think, if I got that right, on Twitter, and I'm just Asect, ACECT on Twitch, and YouTube. So yeah.
YouTube. And you can find me at Genie7, most of the time here on Dapple, commentating a lot of the events. But you can find me at Genie7 on _ on Twitter. That's GEENIE7 _. And I will keep you updated with everything Splatoon, comp, tournaments, and the occasional Twitter clips. And when my streams go live on Twitch. But yeah, with that, thank you all for joining us, and thank you for all the players that played in it. And yeah, they made it a really. With that,
yeah,
I will say, we'll see. Shoutouts to Dapple. Gotta follow Dapple here on Twitter. Sorry, here on Twitch. Follow them on Twitter at Dapple Production. And yeah, follow the YouTube as well. We'll have highlights of 20XX, our big major tournament there. But I will update you with our calendar. Coming up on Saturday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So for our NA crew, we have Squid Junction here on Dapple. And next week, we have the next week, this same time, we have the next paddling pool. And we will see you all next time.
See ya.